Chapter 4, Dependent Origination, Paccī-Samuppada, the Buddhist Law of Conditionality. 4.1 Introduction. Basic definitions for the term Paccī-Samuppada include dependent origination, dependent co-origination, and the origin of suffering dependent on co-conditionality. The Buddha presented the teaching of dependent origination in two ways: general presentations, which do not specify each factor of the process, and detailed presentations listing each factor in a connected sequence. The general presentation usually occurs preceding the detailed presentation. The detailed presentation is found frequently in the scriptures, usually alone without the general presentation. It expands on the general presentation, describing and analyzing each factor of dependent origination. A. General presentation. When this exists, that comes to be. With the arising of this, that arises. When this does not exist, that does not come to be. With the cessation of this, that ceases. So that's S2, 2865. B. Detailed or applied presentation. With ignorance as condition, there are volitional formations. With volitional formations as condition, there is consciousness. With consciousness as condition, there is mind and body. With mind and body as condition, there are the six sense bases. With the six sense bases as condition, there is contact. With contact as condition, there is feeling. With feeling as condition, there is craving. With craving as condition, there is clinging. With clinging as condition, there is becoming. With becoming as condition, there is birth. With birth as condition, there is aging and death. Sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair thus come to be. Such is the origin of this whole mass of suffering. With the remainderless abandonment and cessation of ignorance comes the cessation of volitional formation. With the cessation of volitional formations, cessation of consciousness. With the cessation of consciousness, cessation of mind and body. With the cessation of mind and body, cessation of the six sense bases. With the cessation of the six sense bases, cessation of contact. With the cessation of contact, cessation of feeling. With the cessation of feeling, cessation of craving. With the cessation of craving, cessation of clinging. With the cessation of clinging, cessation of becoming. With the cessation of becoming, cessation of birth. With the cessation of birth, cessation of aging and death. Sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair cease. Such is the cessation of this whole mass of suffering. It's VIN-I 1 to 2 and S2 1 through 2, 65. Both of these formats can be divided into two parts: the process of origination, the process of cessation. The first sequence, the process of origination, is called the cycle of origination. It is also known as the forward sequence and is equivalent to the second noble truth, the origin of suffering. The later sequence is called the cycle of cessation, or the reverse sequence. It corresponds to the third noble truth, the cessation of suffering. The closing statements of the detailed presentation indicate that dependent origination deals with the origin and cessation of suffering. Most of the scriptural references to dependent origination and with these statements. Most of the scriptural references to dependent origination end with these statements. There are, however, passages that end with the origin and cessation of the world. This bhikkhus is the origin of the world. This bhikkhus is the cessation of the world. In such a way, the world originates. In such a way, the world ceases. The first one was S2, or II 73, II 78. Here the words suffering and the world are interchangeable, which will be explained below. The detailed presentation of dependent origination contains 12 factors which are part of an interconnected cycle without a beginning or an end. There is no first cause. For convenience of exposition, the Buddha chose ignorance as the most suitable candidate to place at the start of the list of factors, but this is not intended to imply that ignorance is the first cause. Occasionally, to prevent the misunderstanding that ignorance is the first cause, he inserted the following statement. With the arising of the taints, ignorance arises. With the cessation of the taints, ignorance ceases. MI 55. The 12 factors of dependent origination, beginning with ignorance and ending with aging and death, are as followed. Avijja, ignorance. Sankhara, volitional formations. Vijnana, consciousness. Namarupa, mind and body. Salayatana, 6 sense bases. Phassa, contact. Vedana, feeling. Tanha, craving. Upadana, clinging. Bhava, becoming. Jati, birth. Jara, marana, aging and death. Sorrow, limitation, pain, grief, and despair are the results of the cycle of dependent origination, arising in the minds of those who have mental impurities, asava and kilesa, when they are faced with aging and death. These results, however, take an active role by leading to a further increase of mental taints, asava, which are in turn the conditions for ignorance and a continued rotation of the cycle. In general, when presenting this detailed or applied format of dependent origination, comprising the entire 12 factors, the Buddha mentioned the forward sequence only as an introduction. When he wished to emphasize the direct human experience of suffering, he most often presented dependent origination in the reverse sequence: jara, marana, jati, bhava, upadana, tanha, vedana, phassa, salatana, namarupa, vijnana, sankhara, avijja, and each one showing an arrow pointing to the previous word. That's SII 5 through 11, 81. On some occasions, when he wished to highlight a particular factor, the Buddha began the detailed presentation with one of the intermediate factors. The presentation may begin with birth, jati, feeling, vedana, or consciousness, vijnana, and then be linked with the subsequent factors until the process reaches aging and death for the forward sequence, or traced back to ignorance for the reverse sequence. Occasionally, the process begins with the factor or problem not included in the group of 12 and is then connected to the process of dependent origination. In summary, the presentation of dependent origination is not fixed and does not have to mention all 12 factors. Although the 12 factors are said to be interdependent and act as conditions for one another, this is not the same as saying they are causes for one another. As a comparison, there are more conditions other than the seed itself that permit a plant to grow. Soil, water, fertilizer, weather, and temperature all play a part. And these interrelated conditions do not need to follow a set temporal sequence. Similarly, a floor acts as a condition for the stability or positioning of a table. Chapter 4.2, Significance of Dependent Origination. The Buddha presented the principle of dependent origination as a law of nature which does not rely on the emergence of a Buddha for its existence. The Buddha presented dependent origination as a natural truth in the following way. Whether Tathagatas arise or not, that principle of specific conditionality is constant, certain, and a law of nature. Having fully awakened to and penetrated to this truth, a Tathagata announces it, teaches it, clarifies it, formulates it, reveals it, and analyzes it. And he says, see, with ignorance as condition, there are volitional formations, ... And then goes through the sequence, I'm assuming. Thus, bhikkhus, this actuality, tathata, is inerrancy, this invariability, this specific conditionality, This is called dependent origination, SII 25 through 26. The central importance of dependent origination is evident from the Buddha's words. One who sees dependent origination sees the Dhamma. One who sees Dhamma sees dependent origination. MI 191 to 91. Bhikkhus, the instructed noble disciple has a knowledge about this that is independent of others. Quote, when this exists, that comes to be. With the arising of this, that arises. End quote, ... When a noble disciple thus understands as they really are the origin and the passing away of the world, he is then called a noble disciple, perfected in view, perfected in vision, who has arrived at this true Dhamma, who possesses a trainee's knowledge, a trainee's true knowledge, who has entered the stream of the Dhamma, a noble one with penetrative wisdom, who stands squarely before the door to the deathless. SII 78 through 9. Those ascetics and Brahmins who understand these things, i.e. the factors of dependent origination, the origin of these things, the cessation of these things, the way leading to the cessation of these things, ... These ascetics and Brahmins are deserving of the acknowledgement as ascetics among ascetics and Brahmins among Brahmins. By realizing it for themselves with direct knowledge, they are recognized as, in this very life, reaching and abiding in the goal of asceticism and the goal of Brahmahood. SII 16, 45 through 6, 129. On one occasion, the Buddha warned Venerable Ananda not to misjudge the complexity of dependent origination. Ananda: it is wonderful, Venerable Sir. It is marvelous, Venerable Sir. This dependent origination is so deep and appears so deep. Yet to me it seems clear and easy to understand. Buddha: not so, Ananda, not so, Ananda. This dependent origination is deep and appears deep. It is because of not understanding and not penetrating this truth that this generation is afflicted and become like a tangled skein, like a knotted ball of thread, like matted reeds and rushes, and is unable to transcend the plane of misery, the bad destinations, the lower worlds, and the round of rebirth, samsara. SII 92. Readers who are familiar with the Buddha's life story will remember his reluctance soon after his awakening to proclaim the Dhamma. Bhikkhus, this thought arose in me. This Dhamma that I have attained is profound, difficult to see, difficult to realize, peaceful, excellent, not accessible by reasoning, to be known by the wise. But this generation delights in attachment, takes pleasure in attachment, rejoices in attachment. It is hard for such a generation delighting in attachment to see this truth, namely specific conditionality, dependent origination, and it is hard to see this truth, namely the stilling of all formations, the abandonment of all foundations for suffering, the end of craving, dispassion, cessation, nibbana. If I were to teach the Dhamma and others would not truly understand me, that would be wearying and troublesome for me. VIN I 4 through 5, M.I.167-8. This passage mentions both dependent origination and nibbana, emphasizing both the importance of these two truths and also the difficulty in realizing them. The Buddha awakened to these truths and explained them to others. Chapter 4.3, Interpretations of Dependent Origination. The teachings of dependent origination may be summarized as follows. Number 1, an explanation describing the evolution of the world and the cycle of all life by interpreting some of the Buddha's words in a more literal way. For example, the Buddha's teaching on the origin of the world. Number 2, an explanation describing the birth and death of human beings and the origin and cessation of human suffering. This explanation can be subdivided into 2 further categories. A broad description of one life to another, the passing from one realm of existence to another. This is also a literal explanation, and it is commonly found in the commentaries, where it is systematized and described in great and sometimes intimidating detail. B, a description of a cycle present at each moment of life. This description offers an interpretation of this teaching implicit in the previous description, 2a, but it focuses on a deeper meaning of specific Pali terms or on their practical significance. This interpretation explains the whole cycle of dependent origination in terms of present experience, which is considered to be in line with the Buddha's intention and the real objective of this teaching, as evidenced by many discourses of the Buddha, including the Cetana Sutta, the Dukkha Nirodha Sutta, and the Loka Nirodha Sutta. In the Abhidhamma, an entire section is dedicated to the complete sequence of dependent origination arising in a single mind moment. In reference to explanation 1, some people interpret dependent origination as a theory of the origin, genesis of the universe, declaring ignorance as a first cause, in a process followed and completed by the remaining 11 factors. This interpretation leads to the view that Buddhism resembles other religions and philosophies that posit a prime agent, for example, a creator God who is the source of all beings and all things. According to this interpretation, the only difference is that these theistic doctrines portray the creation and governing of the world by a force outside and above nature, while Buddhism describes a causal natural process. This interpretation, however, is inaccurate because any teaching that professes a first cause or prime agent contradicts the teaching of dependent origination or a specific conditionality. The teaching of dependent origination offers an objective account of causality, that all conditioned things are interrelated and interdependent. They arise in a successive causal process without beginning or end. A first cause, either a creator God or other agent, is impossible. Therefore, the explanation of dependent origination as describing the evolution of the world is only suitable in the context of explaining a natural causal process of continual growth and disintegration without beginning and without end. One way of determining whether an interpretation of dependent origination is correct or not is to consider the Buddha's intention in teaching the Dhamma. The Buddha focused on things that can be applied to bring about well-being, that are relevant to everyday life, and that solve real-life problems. He considered attempts to teach the truth through metaphysical speculation and debate to be fruitless. Determining what is truly Buddhadhamma thus requires a consideration of a teaching's ethical and practical value. The worldview that stems from explanation number one, of dependent origination above is suitable in accordance with the aims of Buddhadhamma. It provides a broad perspective that things proceed according to cause and effect, that they depend on natural conditions, and that they neither originate from a creator God, nor do they arise randomly or by accident. Moreover, it is conducive to bringing about the following 3 practical benefits. First, one realizes that to find success and fulfillment, one cannot rely on hope, desire, fate, divine intervention, or supernatural powers. One only reaches success through concerted action. One must be self-reliant and generate the conditions that lead to success. Second, to generate these conditions, one must properly understand each factor within the dynamic of nature in which one is engaged, as well as understanding the mutual relationship between factors. Wisdom is therefore an essential element in the process. Third, the knowledge of causal connections reduces or eliminates the mistaken identification with things as a fixed self. This knowledge promotes an appropriate relationship to things and leads to inner freedom. Although the explanation of dependent origination as describing a beginningless and endless evolution of the world is acceptable, its practical value is limited. It is not yet sufficiently cogent or integrated to guarantee the 3 benefits mentioned above, especially the third benefit of promoting freedom. To truly profit from this broad interpretation of dependent origination, one must refine one's investigation by discerning the causal, interdependent nature of all conditioned phenomena. When one develops this clarity in every moment of one's life, the three benefits mentioned earlier are complete, and at the same time one reaches the true objective of the interpretation related to the evolution of the world. The explanation of dependent origination as the evolution of the world, either in its broadest sense or in a more refined way, is contemplation of external phenomena. The second explanation, on the other hand, emphasizes the internal life of human beings, including the dynamic of human suffering. The first subdivision, 2a, is favored by the commentaries where it is explained in great detail. The commentaries coin many new descriptive terms for this process in order to construct a clear, organized system. The disadvantage, however, is that this system can appear inflexible and to students new to Buddhism rather arcane. The second subdivision, 2b, is directly linked to the first, 2a, and will be described below. End of chapter 4.3. Chapter 4.4, Relational Context of Dependent Origination. The essential aim of dependent origination is to illustrate the origin and cessation of suffering, dukkha. The term dukkha plays a pivotal role in Buddhadhamma and appears in several key teachings, for example, the three characteristics and the Four Noble Truths. To understand the complete meaning of the term dukkha, one must set aside the common translation of suffering and examine the threefold classification of dukkha along with its commentarial explanations. Number one, dukkha dukkhata, a feeling of pain. Dukkha Vedana is commonly understood. Physical suffering, for example, aches and pains, and mental suffering, for example, grief. Dis-ease, the suffering arising from encounters with undesirable and disturbing sense objects. Number two, Viparinama Dukkhata, suffering associated with change, suffering inherent in pleasure. Pleasure becomes suffering or produces suffering due to the transitoriness of pleasure. A person may feel at ease without any disturbance, but after experiencing a more pleasant form of ease, the original state of ease may feel unpleasant. It is as if suffering lies latent and manifest when pleasure fades away. The degree of suffering is proportional to the degree of pleasure that precedes it. Suffering can even arise while experiencing pleasure, if a person becomes aware of the fleeting nature of that pleasure. And when pleasure ends, the sadness of separation follows in its wake. Number three, Sankhara Dukkhata, the dukkha of conditioned phenomena, the dukkha of all things that arises from causes and conditions, that is, the five aggregates, khandha, including path, magga, and fruit, phala, which are technically classified as transcendent. All conditioned things are oppressed by conflicting component factors. All things arise and pass away. They are imperfect. They exist in the stream of causes and conditions, which generate suffering for someone who does not understand the nature of conditionality, who with craving, grasping, and ignorance foolishly resists this process, and who does not engage with it wisely. The third kind of dukkha reveals the inherent nature of conditioned phenomena, but it also has a psychological dimension. This state of imperfection and stress prevents thorough satisfaction with conditioned phenomena and continually causes suffering for a person who relates to things with craving, grasping, and ignorance. The meaning of this third kind of dukkha is thus all-inclusive. It corresponds with the meaning of dukkha in the three characteristics, all conditioned things are dukkha. The pressure and instability inherent in things may lead to the dukkha of the Four Noble Truths, whereby craving, grasping, and ignorance come to fruition as suffering, and whereby the five aggregates of nature develop into the five aggregates of clinging of human beings. In this context, one can include the three kinds of feelings, Vedana, pleasure, sukha, pain, dukkha, and neutral feeling, upekkha. Painful feeling, dukkha Vedana, is part of the first kind of dukkha, dukkha dukkhata. Pleasant feeling, sukha Vedana, is introduced in the second factor of Viparinama Dukkhata. Although neutral feeling or equanimity escapes the first two factors, it is included in the final factor of sankhara dukkha. Even equanimity is ephemeral, transient, and subject to causes and conditions. If one is enchanted by equanimity and wishes to indulge in it, one cannot escape the dukkha of conditioned phenomena. The commentaries elaborate by stating that neutral feeling, upekkha vedana, along with all other formations in the three planes of existence, are sankhara dukkha, as they are oppressed by arising and dissolution. In sum, all three kinds of feelings are incorporated in these three kinds of dukkha. The teachings of dependent origination reveals how dynamics inherent in nature develop into human problems as a consequence of ignorance, craving, and clinging. At the same time, these natural dynamics reveal how the interrelatedness of phenomena takes the form of a stream. Various aspects of the stream may be distinguished. Conditioned phenomena are interrelated. They exist dependent on other conditioned phenomena. They are inconstant, not remaining the same even for an instant. They are not autonomous. They have no true self, and they have no first cause. Seen from another angle, the way in which phenomena manifest in the world as appearing, growing, and declining reveals their fluid nature. This fluid nature exists because things are made up of interrelated components. The stream of phenomena flows on because all of its components are unstable, inconstant, and without true substance. The particular features of interdependent processes both point to the impossibility of a first cause and also allow for the manifestation of distinct fluid entities. If things were to truly possess a self, they would be stable. If things were stable even for a moment, they would, by definition, not be mutually dependent, and there would be no fluid entities. But without a stream of interdependent phenomena, nature would not exist in the way it does. A self or fixed substance within phenomena would render the true causal interactions impossible. Because all things are impermanent, inconstant, subject to decay, insubstantial, and interconnected, there is a stream of conditions manifesting as distinct natural phenomena. The Pali term for impermanence and instability is anicca, aniccata. The term for oppression through birth and decay, for inherent stress, conflict, and imperfection is dukkha. The term for selflessness or insubstantiability, the absence of any internal or external essence or agent that dictates things according to desire, is anatta. The teaching of dependent origination reveals these three characteristics and describes the interrelated sequence of phenomena. The process of dependent origination applies to both material things, Rupadhamma, and to immaterial things, Nama Dhamma. To both the material world and to human life, which is comprised of both physical and mental attributes. This process manifests as particular laws of nature. 1. Dhamma niyama, the general law of cause and effect. 2. Utu niyama, laws of the material world, physical laws. 3. Bija niyama, laws governing living things, including genetics, biological laws. 4. Chitta niyama, laws governing the workings of the mind, psychological laws. And 5. Kama niyama, law of kama, intentional action, kamic laws, which determines human well-being and is directly linked to ethics. Again, all natural processes, including the dynamics of kama, are possible because things are impermanent and insubstantial. This fact may be at odds with how people commonly feel. Yet, if things were permanent, stable, and possessed a solid core, none of the above laws of nature would hold true. Also, these laws confirm that there is no first cause for things, no creator God. Conditioned things arise dependent on causes, and they are interrelated. They have no fixed core. A bed, to take a simple example, is composed of various parts which have been assembled following a prescribed plan. There exists no essential substance of the bed apart from these components. Taking these components apart, the bed no longer exists. There exists merely a notion of bed, which is a thought in the mind. Even particular notions do not exist in isolation, but are connected to other concepts. The notion of a bed only has significance in relation to the notions of lying down, a level plane, position, space, etc. People's awareness and understanding of particular designations is linked to their understanding of the relational factors of that particular entity. But when recognition of the object has been made, habitual attachment in the form of craving and grasping leads the person to be convinced of the object's substantiality. The object is separated from its relational context, and true discernment of the object is obstructed. Selfishness and possessiveness come to the fore. As mentioned above, things do not have a first cause or original source. Tracing back the causes and conditions ad infinitum, one still cannot find a first cause. There is a strong impulse in people, however, to seek an original source for phenomena, and as a consequence, they assign undue importance to particular entities. This impulse to find a source conflicts with the truth, and the notions associated with whatever is taken as a source become a form of perceptual aberration. People abandon their inquiry into causality too soon. A correct investigation would go on to inquire into the cause of what is being taken as the source and conclude that this line of inquiry is endless. Things exist in mutual dependence, and therefore there is no first cause. Indeed, one can pose the question, why is it necessary for things to originate from a primal source? The belief in a creator God is equally at odds with nature. This belief stems from the observation and common assumption that human beings are responsible for producing things like tools, implements, and crafts. Therefore, everything in the universe must also have a creator. The logic of this reasoning, however, is flawed. People separate the act of production from the natural context of conditionality. In fact, human production is only one aspect of conditionality. In the act of production, humans are one factor among many in a conditional process, all of which combine to reach a desired result. The distinction here from a purely material process is that mental factors, for example, desire, accompanied by intention, also play a role. But these mental factors must combine with other factors in a conditional process to bring about a desired end. For example, when building a house, a person influences other factors to bring about completion. If humans were above the conditional process, they could build a house out of thin air, but this is impossible. Creation, therefore, is not separate from conditionality, and since all conditioned things exist as parts of an ongoing causal process, a creator God plays no role at any stage. Another line of reasoning that contradicts the truth and is similar to the idea of a first cause is the idea that in the beginning there was nothing. This idea is connected to and stems from a belief in self, the identification with composite parts that comprise an individual form. A person establishes a notion of self and attaches to this notion. In addition, he may believe that originally this self did not exist, but rather came into being at a later time. This limited way of thinking, of getting stuck on an object and not having a fluid outlook on things, is an attachment to conventional labels and a misunderstanding of conventional truth. It lies behind the need to find a first cause or creator God as the source of all phenomena, giving rise to such conflicting ideas as how can something immortal produce something that is mortal, or how can transient things spring from the eternal? In relation to the causal, interrelated flow of phenomena, There is no need to speak of an enduring or temporary self unless one is referring to conventional truth. Again, one can ask, why is it necessary to have nothing before something can exist? In any case, speculation on such topics as a first cause and a creator God is considered to be of little value in Buddhadhamma because it is irrelevant to the practical application of the teaching for bringing about true spiritual well-being. Even though these philosophical considerations can lead to a broad worldview as shown above, they can be passed over since a focus on practical application leads to the same benefits. Attention here, therefore, should be on applying the teachings to everyday life. As mentioned earlier, human beings are comprised of the 5 aggregates. Nothing exists separately from these aggregates, dwelling either inside them or out. Nothing owns or controls the aggregates and governs life. The 5 aggregates function according to dependent origination. They are part of the interrelated flow of conditions. All of the components in this process are unstable. They all arise and pass away, and they condition further arising and decay. The interdependency of the components enables there to be a causal process and a continual stream of formations. The 5 aggregates are marked by the 3 universal characteristics. 1, they are impermanent and unstable, subject to constant arising and passing away, anicca. Number 2, they are continually oppressed by arising and dissolution. They inevitably produce suffering for one who engages with them by way of ignorance and attachment, dukkha. And 3, they are void of any substantial essence or self that is able to dictate things according to desire, anatta. These 5 aggregates, perpetually shifting and inherently insubstantial, follow their own nature and proceed according to the flow of interrelated conditions. Unawakened human beings, however, make the mistake of resisting this flow by identifying with certain phenomena. They then want this imagined fixed entity to last or proceed in a desired fashion. At the same time, the eddying currents within the flow of conditions conflict with desire, causing stress and increasing desire and attachment. When desire is thwarted, the struggle to establish control and stabilize an identity becomes more intense, which results in even greater disappointment, anguish, and despair. A dim understanding of truth may lead a person to conclude that change is inescapable and that one's cherished self may disappear, but this consideration only leads to firmer attachment intertwined with deep-seated anxiety. Such a state of mind is comprised of 3 defilements: avidya, ignorance of the truth; the mistaken belief in a self, tanha, the wish for this surmised self to be or not to be in a particular way; and upadana, grasping, binding this self to things. These defilements are deeply embedded in the mind, and they control the behavior of human beings overtly or covertly. They mold people's personalities and shape their destiny. It is fair to say they are the source of suffering for all unawakened people. The preceding paragraphs have revealed a conflict between 2 distinct processes. Number 1, the course of life that is governed by the law of the 3 characteristics, anicca, dukkha, anatta, which is a fixed law of nature. It manifests as birth, aging, and death, both in an ordinary and deeper sense. Number 2, ignorance of the course of life, the mistaken belief in a stable, enduring self, and a subsequent attachment accompanied by fear and anxiety. The conflict is between laws of nature and a mistaken self-view, between the causal dynamics in nature and people's desires. People construct a self which then impedes the flow of nature. When people's desires are unsound or thwarted, the result is suffering in its various manifestations. This results in a life of ignorance, attachment, enslavement, resistance to nature, and misery. Conventionally speaking, the second process comprises two selves. First is the self or entity within nature that changes according to causes and conditions. Although no true self exists, it is possible to separate and distinguish one natural dynamic or flow from other natural dynamics. And for practical purposes, one can assign a conventional label of self to each individual dynamic. Second is a false self, a fixed entity which one imagines to be real and clings to with ignorance, craving, and grasping. The first self, the dynamic entity, is not a cause for attachment, but the second self, which is superimposed on the first self, is defined by attachment. It is inevitably undermined by the nature of the first self and thus causes suffering. A life of ignorance and attachment instills fear and anxiety in the heart, affects behavior, and makes people unwitting slaves to their desires. It increases selfishness, a perpetual search for personal gratification, possessiveness, and a lack of consideration for others. In order to reinforce and affirm their desires, people latch onto and identify with those views, opinions, doctrines, belief systems, etc., that meet the need of and accord with desire. They cherish and cling to these views, etc., as if protecting their very selves. As a result, they build a barrier that prevents them from accessing the truth. They hide from the truth. This rigidity of mind means that their critical faculties are impaired, and it can give rise to obstinacy, an inability to tolerate or listen to the views of others. When people establish ideas, views, and beliefs on what is good, what should be achieved, and what is the proper way to reach desired goals, they behave accordingly, and they observe corresponding traditions and customs. Their behaviors may even be naive or irrational as a result. They may act simply out of an attachment to such traditions and customs, possessing only a faint understanding of the causal relationship of the factors involved. Hence, they lack a clear understanding of cause and effect. This is reflected in the lives of some religious seekers who uphold various ascetic traditions and practices with great intensity, believing that such behavior will guarantee liberation, realization, or a passage to heaven. They then go on to criticize and look down on other people as a consequence of these established practices. At the same time, on a deeper level, such people are worried about the preservation of their cherished self, which is a fabricated concept. Although they do not really know what or where this assumed self is, they still lug it around and protect it. And because they fear that at any moment the self may perish, they grab after whatever provides a sense of self-affirmation, however obscure such things may be. Life thus becomes restricted, and their well-being is shaped by the fortunes of this so-called self. These repercussions do not merely affect the individual. The conflict and suffering extends outwards, causing social conflict. All societal problems created by human beings stem from a life of ignorance and attachment. The detailed presentation of dependent origination outlines the origin of a life of suffering. It outlines the origin of a sense of self, which inevitably results in suffering. Breaking the chain of dependent origination is to end a life of suffering, to eradicate all suffering arising from a self. This leads to a life of wisdom, non-attachment, freedom, and harmony with nature. A life of wisdom, of direct knowledge of the truth, entails deriving benefit from one's relationship to nature, which is equivalent to living in harmony with nature. To live in harmony with nature is to live freely and with non-attachment, an escape from craving and grasping. And a life of non-attachment relies on a knowledge of conditionality along with an appropriate relationship to things. Buddhist teachings do not recognize a supernatural entity existing above nature and having power over it. If something were to exist beyond nature, to transcend nature, then by definition it could have no influence over nature. Whatever is involved in nature is a part of nature. Natural phenomena exist according to causes and conditions. They do not arise haphazardly. All amazing occurrences that appear as miracles or marvels arise from and proceed according to causes and conditions. We call these events miracles because the causes and conditions remain hidden. As soon as the causes and conditions are known, the sense of wonder disappears. The terms supernatural and preternatural are merely ways of speaking. They do not refer to something that exists apart from nature. A related subject is the distinction between man and nature. The expressions man and nature or man controls nature are simply figures of speech. In fact, human beings are one part of nature, and humans can control nature only to the extent that they exist as one condition in nature, influencing subsequent conditions and giving rise to particular results. What is unique in the case of human interaction is the involvement of mental conditions, including volition, and therefore the term creation is used for human activities. But all the elements in the act of creation are, without exception, conditional factors. Human beings are unable to create anything out of thin air or in isolation as somehow separate from the conditional process. When humans understand the requisite conditions leading to desired results, they enter the process as one determinate factor, shaping other conditions to reach a desired end. There are two stages to successful interaction. The first is knowledge, and the second is to act as a condition for subsequent conditions. The initial stage, equivalent to wisdom, is essential. With wisdom, one can engage with things according to one's wishes. A wise engagement with things entails benefiting from one's relationship to nature, or even controlling nature, as this benefit extends to a person's relationship to both material things and the mind. Because human beings and nature exist in a mutual relationship, to live wisely is to live in harmony with nature. With wisdom, one has control over one's mental faculties, control over one's mind. One has control over oneself. A life of wisdom has two dimensions. Internally, wise persons are calm, clear, and joyous. When encountering pleasant objects, they are not seduced or reckless. When separated from delightful objects, they are not upset or despondent. They do not entrust their happiness to material things by allowing these things to govern their lives. And externally, they are fluent and agile. They are prepared to engage with things appropriately and reasonably. There are no inner attachments or fixations that cause obstruction, prejudice, or confusion. The following words by the Buddha demonstrate the difference between a life of attachment and a life of wisdom. Bhikkhus, the uninstructed worldling feels a pleasant feeling, a painful feeling, and a neither painful nor pleasant feeling. The instructed noble disciple too feels a pleasant feeling, a painful feeling, and a neither painful nor pleasant feeling. In this case, bhikkhus, what is the distinction, the disparity, the difference between the instructed noble disciple and the uninstructed worldling? Bhikkhus, when the uninstructed worldling is contacted by a painful feeling, he grieves and laments. He weeps, beating his breast, and becomes distraught. He feels two feelings, bodily feeling and mental feeling. Suppose an archer were to strike a man with an arrow and then strike him afterwards with a second arrow, so that the man would feel a feeling caused by two arrows. So too, when the uninstructed worldling is contacted by a painful feeling, he feels two feelings, a bodily one and a mental one. Being contacted by that painful feeling, he harbors aversion towards it. When he harbors aversion towards painful feeling, the underlying tendency to aversion towards painful feeling lies behind this. Being contacted by painful feeling, he seeks delight in sense pleasure. For what reason? Because the uninstructed worldling does not know of any escape from painful feeling other than by sense pleasure. When he seeks delight in sense pleasure, the underlying tendency to lust for pleasant feelings lies behind this. He does not understand as it really is the origin and the passing away, the gratification, the danger, and the escape in the case of these feelings. When he does not understand these things, the underlying tendency to ignorance in regard to neither painful nor pleasant feeling lies behind this. If he feels a pleasant feeling, he feels it as one bound. If he feels a painful feeling, he feels it as one bound. If he feels a neither painful nor pleasant feeling, he feels it as one bound. This bhikkhus is called an uninstructed worldling who is bound by birth, aging, and death, who is bound by sorrow, lamentation, grief, pain, and despair, who is bound by suffering, I say. Bhikkhus, when the instructed noble disciple is contacted by a painful feeling, he does not grieve or lament. He does not weep, beating his breast, and become distraught. He feels one feeling, a bodily feeling, not a mental feeling. Suppose an archer were to strike a man with one arrow, but the second arrow would miss the mark, so that the man would feel a feeling caused by one arrow only. So too, when the instructed noble disciple is contacted by a painful feeling, he feels one feeling, a bodily one, not a mental one. Being contacted by that painful feeling, he harbors no aversion towards it. Since he harbors no aversion towards the painful feeling, the underlying tendency to aversion towards painful feeling does not lie behind this. Being contacted by painful feeling, he does not seek delight in sensual pleasure. For what reason? Because the instructed noble disciple knows of an escape from painful feeling other than sensual pleasure. Since he does not seek delight in sensual pleasure, the underlying tendency to lust for pleasant feelings does not lie behind this. He understands as it really is the origin and the passing away, the gratification, the danger, and the escape in the case of these feelings. Since he understands these things, the underlying tendency to ignorance in regard to neither painful nor pleasant feeling does not lie behind this. If he feels a pleasant feeling, he feels it detached. If he feels a painful feeling, he feels it detached. If he feels a neither painful nor pleasant feeling, he feels it detached. This bhikkhus is called a noble disciple who is free from birth, aging, and death, who is free from sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair, who is free from suffering, I say. This bhikkhus is the distinction, the disparity, the difference between the instructed noble disciple and the uninstructed worldling. SIV 207-10. The preceding section emphasizes knowing things as they are, knowing what to revise and what to cultivate in the heart, and knowing what is gained by such a revision and cultivation. The proper conduct in relation to revision and cultivation is a matter of practical application, which will be addressed below. End of chapter 4.4. Chapter 4.5. The orthodox explanation of dependent origination is detailed and intricate. Its study requires extensive knowledge of the text and of the Pali language. Much of that material is beyond the scope of this book, and here a basic summary must suffice. A. Factors of dependent origination. It's got a Vijja, Sankara, 3 Vijnana, 4 Namarupa, 5 Salayatana, 6 Phassa, 7 Vedana, 8 Tanha, 9 Upadana, 10 Bhava, 11 Jati, and 12 Jara Marana, Soka, Parideva, Dukkha, Domanassa, Upayasa, And then another arrow to dukkha, samudaya, origin of suffering. The cessation of suffering follows the same sequence. This cyclical nature of dependent origination may be illustrated as shown on figure 1.4. And of course, it's kind of hard to verbally describe the visual figure. I guess I could try, but I am going to pass here. And that figure 1.4 is this cycle of dependent origination going in a wheel, and then there's a smaller wheel inside of it. B, definitions. First, here are basic and literal definitions for these 12 factors. 1, avidya, ignorance of truth, a lack of clear understandings. 2, sankhara, mental formations, volitional formations, volition and all mental phenomena stored up in the mind. 3, vijnana, consciousness, knowledge based on cognition. 4, namarupa, mental and physical phenomena, the mind and body. 5, salayatana, the 6 sense bases, the 6 doorways of cognition, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. 6, phasa, cognition, contact between the sense bases, ayatana, the sense objects, aramana, and consciousness, vijnana. 7, Vedana, feeling, the sensation of pleasure, pain, and neutral feeling. 8, Tanha, craving for sense pleasure, for becoming, and for non-existence. 9, Upadana, grasping, clinging, appropriation. 10, Bhava, becoming, state of existence, mode of being, collective results of volitional action, kama. 11, Jati, birth, the manifestation of the aggregates clung to as self. Jara, marana, aging and death, the decline of the faculties and dissolution of the aggregates. Second, here are the formal doctrinal definitions. Avidya, ignorance of suffering, the origins of suffering, of the cessation of suffering, and the way leading to the cessation of suffering, the Four Noble Truths. And according to the Abhidhamma, ignorance of the past, of the past and future, and of dependent origination. Number 2, sankhara, bodily volition, kaya sankhara, verbal volition, vachi sankhara, and mental volition, chitta sankhara. And according to the Abhidhamma, meritorious volition, punna abhi sankhara, demeritorious volition, apunya abhi sankhara, and imperturbability producing volition, anyajan hin sankhara. Number 3, vijnana, the 6 kinds of consciousness: eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, body consciousness, and mind consciousness. Namarupa, mind, feeling, vedana, perception, sanya, intention, chetana, contact, phasa, and attention, manasikara. And body, this is the 4 great elements, mahabhuta, and form that depends on these 4 great elements. The Abhidhamma defines name as the feeling aggregate, Veda Kanda, and the perception aggregate, Sanya Kanda, and volitional formations aggregate, Sankhara Kanda. Number 5, Salatana, the 6 sense bases: eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. 6, Phasa, the 6 kinds of contact by way of the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. 7, Vedana, the 6 kinds of feeling arising from contact by way of the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. 8, Tanha, the 6 kinds of craving for forms, for sounds, for smells, for tastes, for tactile objects, and craving for mind objects. 9, Upadana, the 4 kinds of grasping onto sensuality, to form, sounds, smells, tastes, and tactile objects. That's called kamupadana. The next one, Ditupadana, grasping onto views, ideals, theories, and beliefs. Silabhatupadana, grasping onto rules and practices, believing that in themselves they lead to spiritual purity. And Attavadupadana, grasping onto self, creating a false idea of self, then clinging to this idea. 10. Bhava, the three spheres of existence. The sense sphere, kama bhava, the fine material sphere, rupa bhava, and the immaterial sphere, arupa bhava. Alternatively, 1. The sphere of kama bhava, the active process of becoming, equivalent to meritorious volition, demeritorious volition, and imperturbability producing volition. See Sankara above. And 2. The passive process of becoming, upati bhava, equivalent to the sense sphere, the fine material sphere, the immaterial sphere, the sphere of perception, sanya bhava. The sphere of non-perception, sanya bhava, the sphere of neither perception or non-perception, the sphere of one constituent being, the sphere of four constituent being, and the sphere of five constituent being. 11. Jati, the birth of the five aggregates, the arising of the sense spheres, ayatana. Alternatively, the arising of these various phenomena. Jara marana, jara, aging, weakening of the faculties, and marana, death, the breaking up of the aggregates, an end of the life faculty. Jivendriya, alternatively, the degeneration and dissolution of these various phenomena. C. General explanations. Here are several examples that give a brief and simple explanation for these factors of dependent origination. Asava to ajiva. The belief that going to heaven is the highest happiness. The belief that killing others will bring happiness. The belief that suicide will bring happiness. The belief that birth as a Brahma god will bring immortality. The belief that heaven is reached by making propitiatory offerings, the belief that nibbana is reached by undertaking austerities, the belief that there is a presently existing self that will be reborn as a result of certain actions, the belief that nothing exists after death. Thence, sankara, thinking and inclining in the direction of or in accord with such beliefs above, conceiving modes of conduct and action, based on such thoughts and intentions. These actions may be good, puna, bad, apuna, or papa, or imperturbable, ninja. See, thence. Vijnana, awareness and cognition of sense impressions that specifically conform to such intentions. A consciousness with particular qualities is generated. At death, the force of volitional formation, sankara, of created kama, induces rebirth-linking consciousness with appropriate properties to take rebirth in a plane of existence suited to it. Namarupa, birth leads to a body and a life that is prepared to perform subsequent kama. There arise the body aggregate, Rupakanda, and the feeling aggregate, Vedanakanda, the perception aggregate, Sanyakanda, and the volitional formations aggregate, Sankarakanda, which possess the properties and deficiencies endowed in them by the force of previously generated kama. These aggregates are also conditioned by the nature of the particular plane of existence, depending on birth, say as a human being, an animal, or a celestial being. Salatna, in order to respond to the external world, to engage cognition, and to satisfy personal needs, there must be a channel for associating with the external world. With the support of mind and body, Namarupa, life proceeds according to the force of kama, karmic momentum, to the point where there arise the six senses, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind, which cognize internal phenomena. Phasa, cognition takes place by the contact or coming together of three factors: the internal sense bases, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind; the external sense objects, sight, sound, smells, taste, tactile objects, and mind objects; and consciousness, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind consciousness. With cognition, Vedana, there arises feeling or sensation either as pleasure, pain, or neutral feeling. For unawakened beings, the process does not end here. As a consequence, tanha, when experiencing pleasure, there is delight, covetedness, and greed. When experiencing pain or discomfort, there is aversion, annoyance, and hostility. A person is agitated and wishes for the feeling to disappear. He wishes to escape from the painful object, seeking to replace it with a pleasurable object. Alternatively, a person experiences a neutral feeling of indifference, which is a subtle feeling classified as a form of pleasure, since there is no aversion. It is a mild feeling of ease. Thence, upadana. When desire is heightened, there is grasping. A person becomes attached to and preoccupied with an object. Before an object is acquired, there's craving. After the object is acquired, there's grasping. Grasping is not confined to desirable sense objects, but extends to associated views and opinions, to ways of practice for acquiring desired objects, and to a sense of self. These different forms of grasping are linked. As a consequence, there is bhava, the intention to act in response to the aforementioned grasping. This attention, which conforms to the specific craving and grasping, leads to the entire range of behavior, the active process of becoming, kamabhava, as good, bad, or imperturbable. For example, a person may wish to go to heaven and believes that certain actions will lead to this end and thus performs these actions. At the same time, he or she prepares the conditions for existence, the 5 aggregates that will appear in the state of existence befitting that kama, the passive process of becoming. When creation of kama operates in this way, at the moment when a lifespan ends, the force of the accumulated kama impels the next stage of the cycle, jati, starting with rebirth linking consciousness, which conforms to the kamic momentum. There is birth in a realm of existence appropriate to that kama. The 5 aggregates arise and life begins, mind and body. The 6 sense bases, contact and feeling, arise and the wheel of dependent origination continues. With birth, there is certain to be jara marana, deterioration and destruction of life. For unawakened people, aging and death are constantly felt as threatening and oppressive, both overtly and subconsciously. Therefore, in the life of ordinary people, aging and death are linked to sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair, which collectively are referred to as suffering. The concluding line of dependent origination is thus: such is the origin of this whole mass of suffering. As dependent origination exists as a cycle, this stage of sorrow, etc., is not the end. In fact, this collection of qualities becomes another important factor causing the cycle to rotate further. Sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair reveal the existence of mental impurities called asava that fester in the heart. There are 4 such impurities or taints. Kamasava, the desire for gratification by way of the 5 senses and by way of the mind. Ditthasava, the holding fast to certain beliefs like I am the body or this body is mine. 3. Bhavasava, satisfaction in a particular state of existence, considering it superior, precious, and happy. The wish that one can abide in such a state and experience joy forever. Number 4, avijjasava, ignorance of things as they are. Aging and death are the marks of decline and decay, and they run counter to these mental impurities. For example, in regard to sensuality, aging and death lead people to feel that they will be separated from pleasurable, desired sense objects. In regard to views, when one identifies with the body, one grieves when it changes. In regard to becoming, one fears that one will miss the opportunity to abide in a desired state of existence. And in regards to ignorance, one lacks basic understanding of, say, the nature of aging and the proper course of conduct in relation to it. When a person who lacks proper understanding thinks of or encounters aging and death, he or she experiences fear and gloom and behaves in a misguided way. The taints thus act as fuel, giving rise to sorrow, limitation, pain, grief, and despair the moment a person contacts aging and death. Sorrow, lamentation, etc. also reveal mental obscurity. Whenever these negative emotions are present, the mind is dim and dull. When one of these mind states arises, it is accompanied by ignorance, as confirmed by the Visuddhimagga. Sorrow, pain, grief, and despair are inseparable from ignorance, and lamentation is found in one who is deluded. So when these are established, ignorance is established. That's from Visuddhimagga 576. This is how ignorance should be understood to be established by sorrow and so on. 577. As long as those sorrow, etc., go on occurring, so long does ignorance occur. 529. Therefore, it is said, with the arising of the taints, there is a rising of ignorance. MI 54. One can conclude that for unawakened persons, aging and death, with their retinue of sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair, are a condition for the arising of ignorance, providing the next link in the cycle of dependent origination without interruption. Several important points may be made concerning the previous explanations. Number one, the cycle of dependent origination as explained above, is usually called the wheel of becoming, Bhava Chaka, or the wheel of rebirth, Samsara Chaka. And it covers 3 distinct lifetimes. Ignorance and volitional formations comprise one lifespan. Consciousness to becoming comprise another lifespan, and birth and aging and death, along with sorrow, lamentation, etc., comprise a third lifespan. By determining the middle interval, consciousness to becoming, as the present life, the 3 stages containing 12 factors can be connected to 3 periods of time. Number 1, past life, ignorance and volitional formations. Number 2, present life, consciousness, mind and body, the 6 sense bases, contact, feeling, craving, grasping, and becoming. And number 3, future life, birth and aging and death with sorrow, lamentation, etc. Number 2, in this 3-life division, the present life is considered the principal period of time. The relationship of the past to the present is only viewed in the light of causal factors. The results manifesting in the present are traced back to the causes in the past. Past causes, arrow, present results. Similarly, the view to the future pertains to results. Present causes are linked to future results. Present causes, arrow, future results. Therefore, only the present contains both results and causes. This relationship of cause and effect can be depicted as 4 stages. Number 1, past causes equals ignorance and volitional formations. 2, present results equals consciousness, mind and body, the 6 sense bases, contact, and feeling. Number 3, present causes equals craving, grasping, and becoming. Number 4, future results equals birth and aging and death with sorrow, lamentation, etc. Number 3, from the explanations of each factor above, it is evident that some definitions for these factors overlap or correspond with one another. The factors can thus be grouped as follows. Number 1, ignorance, avidya, with craving and grasping, tanha and upadana. In the general explanations of ignorance above, it is clear that craving and grasping, especially grasping to a sense of self, are inherent in each example. When a person does not understand the truth and mistakenly identifies with the self, there will be selfish desires and attachments. In the phrase, with the rising of the taints, there is the arising of ignorance. The taints of sense desire, becoming, and views are all connected to craving and grasping. Therefore, whenever ignorance is mentioned, there is always a link to craving and grasping. Similarly, in the explanations of craving and grasping, there's always a link to ignorance. When there is an identification with self, there is craving and grasping. The many forms of selfishness stem from not knowing the truth of conditioned phenomena. The more people generate desire and attachment, the more impaired are their critical faculties. They increasingly fail to apply mindfulness and wisdom, and their true discernment of things decreases. Therefore, ignorance as a past cause and craving and grasping as present causes have essentially the same meaning. The reason ignorance is used in the past and craving and grasping are used in the present is to show the chief determining factors in different sections of the cycle. Number 2, volitional formation, sankhara, with becoming, bhava. The definitions for sankhara and bhava are almost identical. The difference lies in the principal agent that is emphasized or in the range of focus. The definition for sankhara emphasizes intention, which is the principal agent behind action, kama. The definition for bhava is broader, distinguishing between the active process of becoming, kamabhava, and the passive process of becoming, upatibhava. The active process of becoming also has intention as the principal agent, like sankhara, but the term kamabhava has a wider meaning than sankhara, encompassing the entire range of human behavior. The passive process of becoming refers to the 5 aggregates arising from the active process of becoming. 3. Consciousness, vijnana, feeling, vedana, with birth and aging and death, jati, jara, and sorrow, limitation, etc. The factors of consciousness to feeling refer to results in this life. The reason these factors are listed in detail here is to show how present resultant factors interact and produce present causal factors, which then lead to future results. Birth and aging and death as future results demonstrate that when present causal factors exist, there will inevitably be future results. Jati and jara marana are here used only as a summary referring to the arising and ceasing of consciousness, mind and body, the 6 sense bases, contact and feeling. And they are used to emphasize the arising of suffering, to reveal the point linking the process to the beginning at ignorance. Therefore, the factors of consciousness to feeling and the dual factors of birth and aging and death are essentially the same and can be used interchangeably. By integrating these matching definitions, each stage in the group of 4 causes and results see above comprises 5 factors. Number 1, 5 past causes: ignorance, volitional formations, craving, grasping, and becoming. Number 2, 5 present results: consciousness, mind and body, the 6 sense bases, contact and feeling equals birth and aging and death. 3, 5 present causes: ignorance, volitional formations, craving, grasping, and becoming. 4, 5 future results: consciousness, mind and body, the 6 sense bases, contact and feeling equals birth and aging and death. Compiled in this way, these factors are known as the 20 conditions, akara, and 4. In accord with the preceding definitions, it is possible to classify the 12 factors of dependent origination in 3 groups, which are called the 3 rounds, vata. Number 1, ignorance, craving, grasping are defilements, kilesa. They are the causes behind thinking and acting. This group is called the round of defilement, kilesa, vata. 2, volitional formations and becoming, i.e. the active process of becoming, kamabhava, refer to actions, kama, that shape the course of life. They are known as the round of intentional action. Kama Vata. Number 3, consciousness, mind, and body, the 6 sense bases, contact, and feeling are results, Vipaka. They are the fruits of Kama and become the conditions for producing subsequent defilements. Collectively, they are known as the round of results, Vipaka Vata. The relationship between these 3 rounds can be illustrated as shown in Figure 4.2, and that's entitled Rounds of Defilements, Actions, and Results. These 3 rounds are depicted in the commentaries. They are a simple, down-to-earth way of explaining dependent origination and the round of rebirth. For example, a person may act prompted by defilement in order to acquire a desired object. If the result of this action is a pleasurable feeling, desire is increased, leading to further actions and results. If, however, a person's actions do not lead to the desired object, the result is an unpleasant feeling. A defilement in the form of anger arises, which becomes an additional result of the person's actions. 5. As mental defilements are the source of various forms of kama, shaping the course of life, defilements are thus designated as the beginning of the cycle. Following this designation, there are 2 starting points to the cycle known as the 2 roots, mula, of the wheel of becoming, bhavachaka. Number 1, ignorance is the starting point from the past, influencing the present up to feeling. And number 2, craving is the starting point in the present, resulting from feeling and influencing the future up to aging and death. As mentioned earlier, these 2 factors are the predominant defilements in each respective stage. Ignorance follows from sorrow, limitation, etc., while craving follows from feeling. In reference to rebirth, the orthodox explanation distinguishes between the case wherein ignorance is prominent and that wherein craving is prominent as follows. Ignorance is a primary agent causing beings to be reborn in a bad destination, dugati. When ignorance dominates the mind, people are unable to distinguish between good and evil, right and wrong, helpful and harmful. They tend to act in a deluded and unprincipled way, opening the door to serious misconduct. The craving for existence, bhavatanha, on the other hand, induces people to be born in good destinations, sugati. When such craving leads the way, people tend to focus on the good qualities of life. When thinking of the future, they want to be born in heaven or to be reborn as a Brahma. In this life, they seek wealth, honor, and fame. Prompted by such desire, driven by a craving for existence, they calculate and act to achieve their goal. In order to become a Brahma, they develop jhana. In order to go to heaven, they are generous and morally upright. In order to be wealthy, they diligently earn money. In order to seek honor, they are charitable. With this care and effort, they are able to perform good deeds better than someone dwelling in ignorance. Although ignorance and craving are designated as starting points, they are not a first cause. Bhikkhus, the beginning point of ignorance is not apparent, so that one may say ignorance was not before, it has since come to be. Concerning this matter, I say, indeed, with this as condition, ignorance is apparent. A.V. 113, Visuddhimagga 525. There is an identical passage concerning craving for existence. Bhikkhus, the beginning point of craving for existence is not apparent, so that one may say, craving for existence was not before, it has since come to be. Concerning this matter, I say, indeed, with this as condition, craving for existence is apparent. A.V. 116, Visuddhimagga 525. The following passage addresses both ignorance and craving as root causes. Bhikkhus, for the fool, obstructed by ignorance and bound by craving, this body has thereby originated. As a result, there is this pair of conditions. of body and external name and form. Dependent on this pair, there is contact by way of only 6 sense bases. The full contacts by way of these sense bases, or by way of one among them, and thus experiences pleasure and pain. SII 23-4. And this is note 4.1, 2 roots. The commentaries state the different purposes for distinguishing and explaining these 2 roots. Avijja refers to people who are opinionated, ditti, karita. Tanha refers to people who are greedy, tanha, karita. Alternatively, the section with ignorance as root is used to eliminate an annihilationist view, whereas the section with craving as root is used to eliminate the eternalist view, or the former section refers to beings who dwell in the womb, while the latter refers to spontaneously born beings. See VISM 578. Now on to 6. The interconnection between the factors of dependent origination corresponds to the connections collectively known as the 24 supports, paccaya, following the explanation in the Abhidhamma. Moreover, each factor can be expanded upon. For example, consciousness or the mind can be analyzed according to its quality as wholesome or unwholesome, its level, and its destination in a particular state of existence. Similarly, form, rupa, can be analyzed according to different types, properties, and states of existence. It does not seem necessary here to present these 24 supports or the elaborate details for each factor. Readers who take a special interest may investigate these matters directly in the Abhidhamma text. The preceding explanations can be illustrated as shown on figures 4.3 and 4.4. The figure 4.3 is entitled Past, Present, and Future Stages. And we'll go into saying all that. Figure 4.4, past, present, and future as a cycle. And there's a note here. Note the section on causal factors corresponds to origin, samudaya, in the Four Noble Truths because these factors are the agents of suffering. The sections on results corresponds with suffering, dukkha, in the Four Noble Truths. Alternatively, the section on causes is called active process becoming because this process generates causes. The section on results is called passive process of becoming because this process contains results. There are 3 links between cause and effect. The first cause-effect link, the effect-cause link, and the second cause-effect link. And that ends Chapter 4.5. Chapter 4.6. Application in everyday life. The previous explanations are the traditional Orthodox explanations. They are found in the commentaries and have been passed down through the ages. These explanations emphasize the round of rebirth, the passing from one life to another. They demonstrate the connection between 3 lifetimes, the past, the present, and the future, and they have been developed into a fixed, strictly defined system. Some people are not content with these explanations and wish to define dependent origination in the context of everyday life. They cite explanations in the Abhidhamma and the commentaries that describe the entire sequence of dependent origination arising in a single moment. They can draw upon the same scriptural passages referred to in the Orthodox explanation to support their own interpretation. Moreover, they can find evidence in other texts to substantiate their claims. As will be seen below, this alternate explanation has interesting and distinctive features. There are many justifications for this alternate explanation. For example, the end of suffering for an arhat occurs in this very life. He or she does not need to die first in order to achieve this state of peace. An arhat is not reborn. There is no aging, death, sorrow, limitation, etc. in a future life. Even in this life, an arhat experiences no sorrow, limitation, etc. The complete cycle of dependent origination in relation to the arising or ceasing of suffering occurs in the present time. One need not trace back to a previous life or wait for a future life. And whenever one understands the presently occurring cycle, one also understands the cycles incorporating the past and future, because these respective cycles are all essentially the same. The following teachings by the Buddha are referred to as corroboration for this alternative interpretation. Udayan, if someone should recollect his manifold past lives, then he either might ask me a question about the past, Pubanta, past life, or I might ask him a question about the past, and he might satisfy my mind with his answer to my question, or I might satisfy his mind with my answer to his question. If someone with a divine eye, should see beings passing away and reappearing, then either he might ask me a question about the future, aparanta, next life, or I might ask him a question about the future, and he might satisfy my mind with his answer to my question, or I might satisfy his mind with my answer to his question. But let be the past, Udayan, let be the future. I shall teach you the Dhamma. When this exists, that comes to be. With the arising of this, that arises. When this does not exist, that does not come to be. With the cessation of this, that ceases. MII 31:2. Bhadraka, the headman, approached the Blessed One, paid homage to him, sat down to one side, and said to him, "It would be good, Venerable Sir, if the Blessed One would teach me about the origin and the passing away of suffering." If, headman, I were to teach you about the origin and the passing away of suffering with reference to the past, saying, "So it was in the past," perplexity and uncertainty about that might arise in you. And if I were to teach you about the origin and the passing away of suffering with reference to the future, saying, "So it will be in the future," perplexity and uncertainty about that might arise in you. Instead, headman, while I am sitting right here and you are sitting right there, I will teach you about the origin and the passing away of suffering. SIV 3:27. Some feelings, sivaka, arise originating from bile disorders, originating from phlegm disorders, originating from wind disorders, originating from a combination of causes, produced by a change of climate, produced by irregular exercise, caused by assault, produced as the result of kama. How feelings arise originating from the aforementioned causes, one can know for oneself, and that is considered to be true in the world. Now, when those ascetics and Brahmins hold such a doctrine in view as this, whatever feeling a person experiences, whether it be pleasant or painful, all that is caused by what was done in the past. They overshoot what one knows by oneself, and they overshoot what is considered to be true in the world. Therefore, I say that this is wrong on the part of those ascetics and Brahmins. SIV 2:30-31. Bhikkhus, what one intends, what one pays attention to, and what one thinks about, this becomes a basis for the maintenance of consciousness. When there is a basis, there is a support for the establishing of consciousness. When consciousness is established and come to growth, there is the production of future renewed existence. When there is the production of future renewed existence, future birth, aging, and death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair come to be. Such is the origin of this whole mass of suffering. SII 65. Although the alternative explanation of dependent origination has distinctive features, it does not abandon the definitions contained in the standard exposition. Therefore, to understand the alternative explanation, it is useful to define the factors of dependent origination in this context in a way that is consistent with the standard expositions. A. Factors of dependent origination: avidya, ignorance, lack of knowledge, an absence of wisdom, not seeing the truth, to be misled by conventional reality, ignorance inherent in certain beliefs, non-understanding of causality. Number 2, sankhara, volitional activities, thoughts, intentions, deliberations, and decisions, to direct one's thoughts and to seek agreeable sense impressions that correspond with one's temperament. Proclivity, abilities, beliefs, and opinions, the fashioning of the mind, thoughts, and actions by habitual tendencies. Vijnana, consciousness, the awareness of sense impressions, sight, sound, smells, tastes, tactile objects, and mental objects, and the awareness of one's particular state of mind. 4. Namarupa, mind and body, the elements of materiality and mentality within the process of cognition, the coordination by all components of the body and mind, conforming to the arisen state of consciousness, the progression and alteration of physical and mental factors in accord with the particular state of mind. Number 5, salatana, 6 sense bases, the functioning of the associated sense bases in accord with the specific circumstances. 6, phassa, contact, cognition of sense objects, the connection between consciousness and the outside world. 7, vedana, feeling the sensation of pleasure, pain, or neither pain nor pleasure. 8, tanha, craving, desire, a yearning for pleasant sensations and an aversion to painful sensations, the wish to obtain, become, or sustain particular states of mind, or the wish for extinction and annihilation. 9, upadana, attachment, grasping, clinging to pleasant or unpleasant sensations, engaging with or attaching to things that provide such sensations. This attachment leads to an evaluation of things according to how they support or gratify craving. 10, bhava, process of becoming, the entire range of behavior in response to craving and grasping. Kama bhava, active process, and the subsequent condition of life. Upati bhava, passive process, conforming to craving, grasping, and personal behavior. 11, jati, birth, the arising of self-perception as existing or not existing in a particular state of life. To occupy this existence and to adopt the corresponding behavior, kamabhava, by affirming this existence and behavior as one's own. 12, jara marana, aging and death, death and decay, the awareness that one will be separated from this state of existence, the feeling of being threatened by the loss and decay of such an existence. As a consequence, people experience the entire range of suffering: sorrow, limitation, pain, grief, despair, stress, annoyance, depression, disappointment, anxiety, etc. Preliminary explanation of the relationship between factors. Number 1, ignorance conditions volitional formations. Because of not knowing the truth and not wisely investigating different situations, people create various mental fabrications. They speculate, fantasize, and conceptualize in terms of established beliefs, inhibitions, and habits, and they then determine how to speak and act. Number 2, volitional formations condition consciousness. When there is an intention or the determination to engage with something, consciousness arises: to see, to hear, to smell, to taste, to feel, and to think about that thing. In particular, intention induces conscious awareness to acknowledge and think about the desired object, resulting in an endless stream of mental proliferation. Intention also conditions a person's state of mind, endowing it with particular qualities as positive or negative, virtuous or defiled. Number 3, consciousness conditions mind and body. Consciousness is accompanied by corresponding physical and mental attributes. Consciousness functions in conjunction with physical and mental factors such as bodily organs, sensation, perception, and volitional formations. Moreover, in whatever way consciousness has been conditioned, the accompanying physical and mental factors function in concert with this consciousness. For example, when consciousness has been conditioned by angry volitional formations, accompanying perceptions are associated with coarse language, insults, and violence. A person's countenance will appear sullen, his muscles will be tense, his pulse will quicken, and he will feel stressed. When consciousness is repeatedly conditioned in a particular way, a person's mental and physical attributes develop into specific personality traits. Number 4, mind and body conditions the 6 sense bases. When mind and body has been activated in a particular configuration or direction, it relies on the support from the sense bases, which supply information or act as channels for behavior. The sense bases are aroused to perform their particular duty. Number 5, the 6 sense bases condition contact. When the 6 sense bases exist, contact with and cognition of sense objects is possible. Cognition depends on the individual sense bases. Number 6, contacts conditions feelings. With contact, there must be feeling, either pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. Number 7, feeling conditions craving. When experiencing a pleasing sense object, a person feels delight. He or she becomes attached to that object and wants more of it. Consequently, there is a craving for sense objects, kamatanha. One wishes to maintain or abide in a state where one can further experience the pleasure from that object. There arises the craving for becoming, bhavatanha. When experiencing a painful sense object, one feels aversion. One wants to escape from or eliminate it. Consequently, there is the craving for extinction, vibhavatanha. And when experiencing a neutral object, one is indifferent, indecisive, and deluded. The object is experienced as a mild form of pleasure, leading to attachment and a desire for more pleasant sensations. Craving conditions grasping. When desire intensifies, it leads to attachment. The desire is lodged in the heart, and a person is unable to let go of it. This gives rise to a particular behavior in relation to an object. If one likes the object, one binds oneself to it and submits to it. Whatever is associated with the object is viewed as good. Whatever disturbs it is viewed as disturbing oneself. If one dislikes an object, one feels as if one is encountering an opponent. One feels repulsed by and in conflict with anything associated with this object. One sees nothing redeeming about the object and feels personally offended by it. One's behavior, both in relation to pleasing and displeasing objects, reinforces and validates the following 4 things. A. Objects of sensual gratification, which are acquired are lost. B. Views and understanding of things associated with sense objects, including one's views on life and the world, ditthi. C. Practices, rules, and customs, silabata, maintained for acquiring and avoiding sense objects. D. A sense of self, attavada, which acquires things or is impeded. Number 9, grasping conditions becoming. When there is grasping and particular ways of behaving towards objects, people, and states of mind, a person generates a corresponding state of existence, both in regard to general behavior, kamabhava, beginning with patterns of thought, and in regards to personality, which are the mental and physical traits of that person's life at that time, upatibhava. Examples of this are the distinct behavior and personality of people who seek material wealth, people who seek power, people who seek fame, people who seek physical beauty, and people who are antisocial. Number 10, people becoming conditions birth. With the arising of a personally occupied state of existence, there is a sense of self, a distinct awareness of abiding in or embodying the state of existence. A person believes, for example, that he or she is the owner, the recipient, the agent, the winner, or the loser of this state of existence. Number 11, birth conditions, aging, and death. With the arising of a self that occupies a state of existence, it is natural to experience both growth and decline within that state, including a sense of weakening and passing away from that state. In particular, there is the threat of perishing and the need to continually watch over and preserve that state. The decline, loss, and threat of decay causes perpetual grief and suffering. C. Expanded explanation of the relationship between factors. Avijja to Sankara. By not knowing the truth and not seeing clearly, a person creates mental fabrications, speculations, and deliberations. For example, a superstitious person may see the reflection of light from an animal's eyes and believe he is seeing a ghost. He becomes afraid and runs away. In the event that an object is hidden from view, a person may spend time guessing and arguing about the nature of this object. A person who believes that the gods bestow blessings when pleased will offer prayers, entreaties, and proprietary sacrifices to them. A person who does not know the true nature of conditioned phenomena, that they are impermanent and constant and formed by causal factors, sees them as lovely and desirable and strives to acquire and possess them. Sankara to Vijnana. With intention, purpose, and deliberate engagement, a consciousness, say, of hearing or seeing arises. On the other hand, if one does not pay attention to or engage with an object, consciousness does not arise, even if one is within range of the object. A person focused on an activity is not distracted by other things. For example, someone reading a fascinating book is only aware of the book's content. She may not notice loud noises or physical discomfort. When intensely searching for something, one may not pay attention to surrounding people and objects. People will look at an identical object with different intentions and from different perspectives. Take, for example, an empty plot of land. A child may see it as a playground, a contractor as a building site, a farmer as a plantation, and a manufacturer as a factory site. For each of them, the land has different significance. Similarly, one will see an object from different perspectives depending on one's mood. If one is thinking good thoughts, one notices the positive aspects of an object, whereas bad thoughts will lead one to notice negative aspects. Imagine several objects lying together, which include a bouquet of flowers and a knife. A person who loves flowers may only notice the flowers without paying attention to the knife. The stronger the interest is for flowers, the more exclusively the person's attention will dwell on the flowers, and the less the person will notice other things. Other people may only notice the knife, and they will associate the knife with different things according to their thoughts and aims. A thief may see it as a weapon, a cook as a kitchen utensil, and a metal dealer as a source of income. Vijnana to Namarupa. Consciousness and mind and body are mutually dependent in the way described by Venerable Sariputta. Just as two sheaves of reed might stand leaning against each other, so too, with mind and body as condition, consciousness comes to be. With consciousness as condition, mind and body comes to be. If ... If one were to remove one of these sheaves of reed, the other would fall, and if one were to remove the other sheaf, the first would fall. So too, with the cessation of mind and body comes cessation of consciousness. With the cessation of consciousness comes the cessation of mind and body. SII 114. In this sense, when there is the rising of consciousness, there must also be the arising of mind and body. When volitional formations condition consciousness, they also condition mind and body. But because mind and body relies on consciousness to exist, because it is linked to and is an attribute of consciousness, the distinction is made. Volitional formations condition consciousness, and consciousness conditions mind and body. Here, there are two important points to be mentioned on how consciousness conditions mind and body. Number one, when cognizing an object, for example, a visual form or a sound, a person is in fact experiencing mind and body. The presently existing object for that person is none other than the presently cognized object, and as such, it cannot be separated from mind and body experienced in that moment by consciousness. For example, when seeing a rose, the rose that exists in that moment is the rose that is known through the eye or is known by way of the mind door in that moment of consciousness. It is inseparable from the mental concept of a rose and from the feeling, perception, and other volitional formations present in that moment. Thus, consciousness and mind and body exist together and are mutually supportive. Number 2, the attributes of mind and body, especially the mental factors, correspond to the consciousness on which they depend. When a person's thoughts, sankhara, are wholesome, they condition a wholesome consciousness. In that moment, the mind is bright, and consequent physical conduct is also wholesome. When a person has bad thoughts, he or she focuses on the negative aspects of things. The mind becomes clouded, and subsequent physical conduct is strained. Accompanying mental and physical factors act in unison with the corresponding volitional formations and consciousness. When there is an emotion, sankhara, of love, a person is attentive to the positive side of things. One's mind is cheerful, nama. One's complexion is bright, and one's physical conduct is positive. When one is angry, one focuses on the negative side of things. One's mind is clouded, one's face is scowling, one's behavior is stressful. All the factors are primed to follow this negative line of thought. The thoughts and intentions of an athlete at the start of a sporting event are absorbed in that activity. His attention is commensurate to his interest in the competition. All aspects of his mind and body participating in this event are prepared to function accordingly. The interrelationship of factors here includes the arising and ceasing of newly formed physical and mental properties, which shape or strengthen the personality in line with the corresponding consciousness and volitional formations. This process involving the first 3 links of dependent origination is an important stage concerning kama and the fruits of kama, vipaka. A small revolution of the cycle is complete. Avidya equals kilesa onto sankhara equals kama onto vijnana, and namarupa equals vipaka, and begins to revolve again from the beginning. This stage is pivotal in forming habits, temperament, understanding, skill, and personality. Now on to namarupa to salayatana. The factors of mind and body rely on a knowledge of the external world to function, or else they draw on stored knowledge for deciding what course of action to take. Therefore, the aspects of mind and body acting as channels for receiving sense impressions, i.e. the relevant sense bases, are in a state of receptivity and act in unison with the preceding factors of dependent origination. For example, the sense organs, for example, the eye and ear of a football player during a match are in a heightened state of alertness and are prepared to receive relevant sense impressions. Simultaneously, the function of the sense organs unassociated with this activity is reduced, and they are not in a state of alertness. While absorbed in playing football, a person's sense of smell or taste, for example, may be dormant. Salayatana to phasa. When the sense bases are engaged and there is the conjunction of 3 things, cognition arises. The 3 things are one of the 6 sense bases, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, or mind, one of the 6 corresponding sense objects, sights, sounds, smells, tastes, tactile objects, or mental objects, and one of the 6 corresponding kinds of consciousness by way of eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, or mind. Then phasada vedana, with the arising of contact, there is inevitably one of 3 kinds of accompanying feelings: pleasure, pain, or neutral feeling. The 3rd to the 7th factors of dependent origination, vijnana to vedana, comprise a section called the fruits of kama, especially factors 5, 6, and 7, the 6 sense bases, contact, and feeling. In themselves, they are neither good nor bad, neither skillful nor unskillful, but they act as causes for future good and bad results. Vedana to tanha. When a person experiences a pleasant sensation, he is pleased and delighted. He becomes attached and craves for more. When a person experiences a painful sensation, he is annoyed. He wants the painful object to vanish. He wants to escape from the pain, and he searches for a pleasant substitute. When a person experiences a neutral sensation, there tends to be apathy and complacency. Neutral sensation is a subtle form of pleasure. It can lead to attachment and a yearning for further pleasure. There are three kinds of craving, tanha. Craving for sense pleasure, kama tanha. The search for gratification by way of the five senses, desire for acquisition of pleasurable sense objects. Number 2, craving for existence, bhava tanha. Desire for things associated with particular states of existence, or desire for a state of existence, for example, as a millionaire, a celebrity, or a deva, bestowing such coveted things. More profoundly, it is a desire to sustain the self in a permanent state of existence. Number 3, craving for non-existence, vibhava tanha, the desire to escape from an undesirable object or state of existence. This craving often manifests as coarse mental states, for example, apathy, loneliness, boredom, hopelessness, self-hatred, self-pity, or wish for self-annihilation. Craving has these three manifestations: a desire for sensuality, a desire for a pleasant state of existence, and a desire to escape from the unpleasant. When a person's desires are thwarted, there is a feeling of annoyance, aversion, and ill will. When this reaction is expressed externally, it leads to thoughts of aggression and violence. Tanha onto upadana. When there is desire for an object, a person clings to it. The greater the desire, the greater the attachment. When a person experiences pain and wishes to escape the source of that pain, attachment takes the form of hostility. At the same time, there is a corresponding degree of attachment to things that one believes will gratify desire, to favorable states of existence, to a sense of self, to views, practices, and theories that satisfy personal desires, and to customs and practices that answer to personal needs. Upadana to bhava. Grasping is connected to a particular state of existence. Attachment involves a process of binding oneself to or identifying with a state of existence, which either provides desired sense objects or helps to escape from undesirable objects. At the same time, when there is a desired state of existence, there invariably must be undesired states of existence. The state of existence grasped onto is called upatibhava, passive process of becoming. When there is attachment to a state of existence, one strives to sustain certain aspects of this state and to escape from other aspects. All of one's thoughts and actions, however, are propelled by grasping. They are influenced by established beliefs, opinions, theories, habits, and preferences, and they manifest as behavior corresponding to this grasping. Take, for example, a person who wishes to be reborn as a god. He will attach to certain belief systems, traditions, ceremonies, and practices that he believes will lead to heaven. He will think and act according to these beliefs, and as a consequence may even develop idiosyncratic behavior. A person who seeks honor will attach to a set of values she believes to be honorable and to a corresponding standard of behavior. Her thoughts, actions, and behavior will conform to his attachment. I think there's a typo there, should be her. A person who covets an object belonging to someone else attaches to the idea of ownership and attempts to acquire the object. By not discerning the harm in wrong conduct, he will think and act out of habit. His initial covetedness may even lead him to steal. His wish to be an owner results in him becoming a thief. Based on correct or false beliefs, a person responds to situations either skillfully or immorally. The specific pattern of behavior driven and shaped by grasping is the active process of becoming kamabhava. The state of existence resulting from this behavior, say of being a deva or an honorable person, an owner, or a thief, is the passive process of becoming, upatibhava. This state of existence may conform to a person's desires, or it may conflict with them. This section of dependent origination is a crucial stage for the creation of kama, the receiving of the fruits of kama, and for the development of habits and personality. Bhava to jati. Accurately speaking, existence in various states of being is equivalent to the 5 aggregates arising, transforming, and ceasing. The aggregates possess various properties, which increase or decrease according to internal and external conditions. All of these factors, intention is the leader, which determines the appearance and qualities of the general flow of existence. The 5 aggregates are in constant flux, arising and ceasing in every moment. Conventionally speaking, one may say a person is born, ages, and dies in every moment, as described in the commentaries. In the ultimate sense, as the aggregates are arising, declining, and passing away, when the Blessed One says, "Monks, you are born, you are aging, and you are dying in every moment," it should be understood here that as regards for all living beings, he has made a reference to the aggregates. KHA 78. For unawakened beings, however, there is not simply an arising and ceasing of the 5 aggregates according to a natural process. When becoming follows on from grasping, there arises a sense of self, the perception of an I, as existing in a particular way, either conforming to a person's desires or not. In short, a self is born within that state of existence, as in the former examples of an owner, a thief, or an honorable person. The birth of a self is seen clearly in times of personal conflict involving strong emotions, for instance, in the course of arguments, even apparently rational ones. If a person succumbs to mental defilement rather than applies wisdom, a distinct sense of self is generated. For example, I am in charge. I am respectable. He is unworthy. He is inferior. This is my opinion, or I am being contradicted. Consequently, the sense of being a certain kind of person may be discredited or lost. The birth of a self is especially distinct at times of aging and death. But as is evident from the next link in the cycle, aging and death are only possible because of birth. Jati to Jaramarana. When there is a self existing in a particular way, then there is a self that is separated from particular states of existence, and a self that is impeded, agitated, diminished, and unfulfilled. With the birth of a self, there is a wish to sustain a desired state of existence, a wish for stability and permanence. But the birth of a self inevitably brings the end of the self. There is a constant threat of weakness and loss, producing a fear of disturbance, conflict, and death, and leading a person to cling more tightly to that state of existence. A fear of death is embedded in people's subconscious and affects their behavior. It leads people to grasp after desired states of existence, to be intimidated by discomfort, and to experience pleasure with anxiety, fearing that it will disappear. When the self is born in an undesired state of existence, or when it is born in a desired state from which it must pass away, the various forms of suffering arise: sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair. People suffering in this way are misguided and blinded. They vainly seek to escape using methods tainted by ignorance, thus continuing the cycle of dependent origination. In a competitive world, an ordinary person experiences two kinds of success. There's conventional success with its socially agreed upon definition, and there is this subjective idea of success that is held by grasping, the act of becoming, bhava. It is often the case for people, especially those who are proud, to have the thought, I am successful. For example, I am born into the state of being a success. This is then followed by the thought, but for success to be complete, I deserve prestige, praise, recognition, and reward. Success is thus linked to praise, to the failure of others, and to a sense of fulfilled ambition. In the moment when the sense of success arises along with its related attributes, there is a feeling of being fulfilled or unfulfilled. When fulfillment comes, a feeling of having to firmly attach to success out of fear that the success will disappear and that the praise and admiration will wane. When others do not express the desired amount of praise, the person feels unhappy, since the sense of being a success is affected and threatened. One is threatened by decay, jara, and by the passing away, marana, from the cherished state of success, bhava, along with its attendant benefits. In this circumstance, the feelings of disappointment, worry, and despondency, which have not been uprooted by mindfulness and clear comprehension, preoccupy and entangle people. They become innate characteristics, shaping personality, affecting behavior, and continuing the cycle of dependent origination. The fabricated idea of self takes up space in the heart, which leads to a sense of confinement and limitation. This feeling of limitation induces people to separate themselves from others and gives rise to the ideas of me and other. When the sense of self becomes further inflated, a person wants to acquire, to accomplish, and to impress others. But this sense of self must be checked and suppressed by people themselves. If people are overly egotistical or follow desires without restraint, external conflict arises. Such unrestrained behavior also leads to a loss of vitality by increasing the power of desire and a sense of personal inadequacy. Overall, conflict is thus augmented and contentment decreases. There is then no satisfaction, and each moment is an opportunity for stress to arise. Note 4.2, 3 kinds of craving. There are 2 or 3 conflicting ways of translating these 3 kinds of craving, especially the second and third kinds. Some scholars associate bhavatanha with the life instinct or life wish and associate vibhavatanha with the death instinct or death wish, corresponding to the psychological terminology of Sigmund Freud. One very clear definition for bhavatanha and vibhavatanha is found in IT 43-4. See Appendix 8 for more on the subject. D. Examples from everyday life. Tom and Ben are students and intimate friends. Every day at school, they greet each other cheerfully. One day, Tom sees Ben and greets him in a friendly manner, but Ben frowns and does not reply. As a consequence, Tom gets angry and stops speaking with Ben. In this situation, the process occurs in this way. Number 1, ignorance. Tom does not know the reason behind Ben's bad mood, and he does not reflect with wisdom to work out the truth of the situation. Ben may be upset about something or have an unresolved problem. Number 2, volitional formations. Tom forms various ideas corresponding to his personal habits and opinions. He speculates about what Ben must be thinking or feeling, and mental defilements may make Tom feel confused, angry, or offended. 3, consciousness. In his disturbed state, Tom notices those of Bin's actions that fuel and confirm his current prejudices and interprets them accordingly. And the more he does this, the more convinced he is that he is right. Tom finds all of Bin's expressions and actions annoying. Number 4, mind and body. The various aspects of Tom's mind and body, feelings, thoughts, mental states, facial expressions, gestures, etc., manifest as symptoms of anger and conceit. The physical and mental factors that arise match consciousness. Number 5, the 6 sense bases. The sense bases involved in this situation are alert and fully primed. Number 6, contact. There's contact, particularly eye contact or ear contact, with those characteristics and traits of Bin that are particularly pronounced or arresting. For example, sullenness, unresponsiveness, and apparent scorn and disrespect. Number 7, a feeling of discomfort, stress, pain, or sadness. Number 8, craving, a desire for the destruction and extinction of the discomforting, oppressive sense impressions. Number 9, grasping. Tom grasps onto the idea that Bin's behavior is deliberately aimed at him and that the issue must somehow be sorted out. Number 10, becoming. Tom's behavior is conditioned by grasping. His behavior, kamabhava, is adversarial. His existence at the moment, upatibhava, is as an adversary. Number 11, birth. Tom embraces this existence as an adversary. He clearly sees himself as Bin's foe. He separates me and him and identifies himself as one who must confront Bin. Number 12, aging and death. The self arising in this state of conflict is sustained by various perceptions, for example, as being a person who is able, skilled, honorable, dignified, or successful. These qualities, however, have opposing qualities, say, of inferiority, failure, dishonor, or defeat. As soon as the desired self arises, it is threatened by the possibility of turning into its opposite. Tom may not be able to sustain the identity of a skilled and effective adversary. Rather, he may become weak and unable to defend his honor. Suffering continually assails him. It ranges from the fear that he will not get what he wants, the tension and worry involved in the search for a desired state of being, right up to the disappointment if he is unsuccessful. And even in the case that he is successful, a waning of enjoyment inevitably follows. This suffering envelops and overshadows the mind, conditioning further ignorance and another turning of the wheel. This suffering is like a festering wound which steadily releases toxins. It causes problem for the person and for others, affects behavior, and shapes the entire course of life. In the above example, Tom may be unhappy all day, be unable to concentrate on his studies, act and speak badly towards others, and cause further conflicts. If Tom were to respond correctly from the beginning, this cycle of problems would not occur. When Ben does not smile or return his greeting, Tom would reflect with wisdom that Ben may have encountered some trouble. Perhaps he was scolded by one of the teachers, is short of money, or is suffering from some other unresolved issue. Thinking in this way, he will not be upset. Rather, his heart will remain spacious and full of compassion. He may inquire after the cause, comfort Ben, help him find a solution to the problem, or simply allow Ben to have some quiet time to himself. Even if a negative cycle begins to turn, there is an opportunity to make amends. Say the cycle has reached contact phasa, where Tom is aware of Ben's unpleasant behavior and Tom begins to suffer as a result. Tom can give rise to mindfulness instead of falling victim to an ensuing craving for escape. By considering the situation, wisdom severs the cycle and Tom experiences Ben's actions in a new way. Tom uses reason to reflect on Ben's actions and on his own appropriate response. Tom's mind will be clear and free from stress, and he will think of ways to help his friend. The arising of wisdom brings freedom to the mind. No self is fabricated that is prone to disturbance. Apart from not creating personal problems, wisdom gives rise to the compassionate wish to reduce others' suffering. This has the opposite effect from ignorance, which leads to the wheel of rebirth, samsara, to craving and attachment, and to a restricted sense of self, which is subject to pain and has far-reaching consequences. At this point, let us review some important aspects of dependent origination. The entire process of dependent origination described above occurs rapidly. It is completed in an instant. For example, a student who has failed his exams, a person who has lost a loved one, or a person who sees his beloved with another partner may be anguished, frightened, or in shock. He may even scream or faint. The stronger the attachment and importance bestowed on something, the more intense the reaction. The conditional factors need not follow a set temporal sequence. In a similar manner, a piece of chalk, a blackboard, a clean surface, and the act of writing are all conditions for written word on the blackboard. The teaching of dependent origination emphasizes an understanding of natural law, a process found in nature, for discerning the source of problems and the specific points that require correction. The details of that correction, the methods of practice, are not directly connected to the teachings of dependent origination, but are matters related to the path, Magga, or the middle way. Some of the former examples are superficial and lack subtlety, especially those illustrating the link between ignorance and volitional formations, the link between craving and clinging, and the link in which sorrow, limitation, etc. induce a further rotation of the cycle. Some of the examples describing ignorance are limited to specific circumstances. They are not matters present in each moment of life. This may lead some people to think that ordinary people can live much of their lives without ignorance, or that a dependent origination does not give a true account of daily life. Therefore, it is important to provide a clearer, more detailed explanation of some of the difficult points. Deeper explanations. When encountering an object or situation, people normally interpret it, create ideas about it, and respond to it, influenced by the following four predispositions or subconscious impulses. Number 1, kama, the desire for gratification by way of the five senses. 2, bhava, the desire for or anxiety over self-existence. The desire to be a particular way and to maintain a desired state of existence. Ditthi, habitual views, beliefs, doctrines, and theories that are attached to and cherished. 4, avijja, delusion, ignorance, a lack of true awareness and comprehension of causes, effects, meanings, values, and objectives, and of the natural relationship between things or between events. A lack of discernment of the law of causality, the mistaken view that a self acts and is acted upon, an understanding of things conditioned by personal conjecture or mental fabrications. These four predispositions, especially factors 3 and 4, are connected. When one does not clearly understand the truth, one tends to act in accord with habitual views, beliefs, ideas, and concepts, many of which one assimilates from society. Factors 3 and 4 also influence factors 1 and 2. Ignorance and socially conditioned views determine and control people's thoughts and actions, what they like, what they need, and how they seek satisfaction. They lie buried in a person's subconscious and dictate behavior without the person being aware of them. It is a common perception that people act entirely out of free will, but this is a delusion. If one investigates closely and asks what people really want, why they want these things, and why they follow a particular course of action, one sees that there is no real freedom of choice for most people. Their behavior is conditioned by their upbringing and education, by culture, by religious beliefs, and by social conventions. They choose and act within the confines of these social factors. Even if they depart from usual, i.e. normal, forms of behavior, they still use these factors as a standard for comparison. All the things that ordinary people identify with lie within the framework of these four predispositions and are part of the five aggregates. Apart from being absent of any real substance or self, these things exert an unrelenting power over people who, while under their sway, have no independence. These four predispositions are called asava, often translated as effluent or outflow, something that leaks out, or as a taint, something that festers and ferments in the heart. See note 4.3. These things leak out and stain the mind when a person encounters sense objects. Whenever a person contacts something by way of the senses or thinks of something, these asavas permeate and contaminate the mind. One's experience of sense object is not guided by wisdom, but is mediated by the taints. This state of affairs prevents objective knowing and leads to continual problems. And this is note 4.3, the four taints. The four taints are known as Kamasava, Bhavasana, Didasava, and Avijasava, respectively. This group of four taints is found in the Abhidhamma. In the suttas, only three are mentioned. Didasava does not appear. Didasava is an intermediate factor between Avijasava and Bhavasana. It relies on ignorance to be established, and it expresses itself through the taint of becoming. These asava, three asava, four asava, so they give reference. So the three asava, see, for example, DII 81, SIV 256, four asava, see, for example, VBH 373 to 4. Alternative English translations for asava are inflowing impulses, influxes, biases, and cankers. The four taints are sometimes referred to as the taint of sense gratification, the taint of becoming or of self-centered pursuits, the taint of views, and the taint of ignorance, respectively. MAI 67 claims that Didasava is incorporated into Bhavasava because the desire for existence or the attachment to jhana, for instance, is linked to an externalist view or to an annihilationist view. And see more material at NDII 7, DAIII 999, VINT. Back to the text. These taints govern unenlightened people's behavior, including their thoughts and actions, without people being aware of them. They are the agents behind the basic mistake of viewing things as me or mine, which is the most fundamental level of ignorance. They are the starting point for dependent origination. When there is the arising of the taints, there is the arising of ignorance. Ignorance is then the condition for volitional formations, by which people act with a diluted sense of self. Similarly, one can say that people are not free because their behavior is ruled by unrecognized volitional impulses. One definition for ignorance is a lack of discernment of the three universal characteristics, especially the quality of non-self. A person is unaware that the things considered to be a being, a person, a self, me and you, etc., exist as a stream of myriad physical and mental components that are interrelated and mutually dependent. The continual arising and dissolution of these components causes this stream to perpetually change shape. People exist as a collection of thoughts, desires, habits, inclinations, opinions, values, perceptions, insights, and beliefs, both irrational, erroneous beliefs and well-grounded, correct beliefs. These thoughts, etc., are the result of cultural transmission, education, and ongoing responses both to internal events and to one's environment. When people are unaware of this fact, they identify with one or another of these components. Through such self-identification, these things deceive and subjugate people. They lead one to see things in the context of a self and to believe that one is a free agent behind action. At this point, let us look at another link that is difficult to understand, the link between craving and clinging, which is similarly a stage involving mental impurity. The three kinds of craving mentioned earlier are all expressions of a single form of basic craving, which all unawakened people possess. This craving is evident when one investigates the deeper workings of the mind, beginning with its lack of understanding of the interdependent relationship of things. This misunderstanding produces the distorted sense of self, which in turn generates an underlying desire for existence, the desire for this illusory self to exist forever. The desire for existence is not abstract, but is connected to the desire for sense objects. A person desires existence in order to experience desirable objects and to gratify sense desire. People want to be because they want to get. The desire for sense objects amplifies the desire for existence. When the desire for existence is strong, but a person does not acquire desirable sense objects, however, the reaction is a state of existence, bhava, that is unsatisfactory, objectionable, and unendurable. The person then wants this state of existence to end. But as soon as there is a desire for extinction, the desire for acquisition resurfaces, since there is the fear that with extinction one may not experience desired pleasure. The desire for existence thus follows in its wake. The same process occurs when one acquires an object of desire, but not to a satisfactory degree, or when one acquires an object but one starts to desire something else. The most basic and all-encompassing desire is the desire for more. One finds that human beings are perpetually searching for a happiness that surpasses the happiness that they are currently experiencing. Unawakened beings constantly miss or forsake the present moment. People find the present moment hard to endure. They want to escape from it and seek a more gratifying state of existence. The desire to get, the desire to be, and the desire to cease existing thus continually spin around in a vortex within the lives of ordinary people. Because this cycle is subtle and occurs in every moment, people are not aware that they are constantly struggling to escape from the previous moment and to seek gratification from each subsequent moment. Craving stems from ignorance. Because people do not understand the interdependent nature of things, there occurs a fundamental error. They see things either as substantial, as possessing a stable and permanent core or self, or see things as existing for a period of time in a stable, substantial way, and then dissolving. All unawakened people hold these two views in subtle degrees, and hence are subject to three kinds of craving. Because of the deluded and deep-seated view that things possess a permanent solid self, there arises the craving for existence. And because of ignorance and doubt, there arises the competing view that things possess a solid substance, but that this substance or self perishes and disappears. Consequently, there arises the craving for extinction. These two wrong views give the opportunity for craving to arise. If a person understands the fluid, interdependent nature of things, there can be no permanent solid self, nor can there be a real objective self that dissolves and disappears. Neither craving for being nor craving for extinction has any foundation to stand on. Craving for sense pleasure also results from these two wrong views. Fearing that the self or the pleasure may disappear, people anxiously search for personal gratification. And because they see things as permanent and solid, they grab onto things in order to reinforce a sense of stability. On a coarse level, craving manifests as the search for sensual pleasure and for situations providing such pleasure, or as boredom with pleasures already acquired. People who have no inner independence feel tedium and agitation when they are unable to experience gratifying sense objects. They constantly search around for new forms of pleasure to escape their disquiet and discomfort. When they do not get what they want, they feel disappointment, discouragement, and self-loathing. Their happiness and unhappiness are entirely dependent on external conditions. Time without stimulation or activity then becomes a punishment or misfortune. Boredom, depression, loneliness, and discontentment increase both for the individual and in society. Even though there is an increase of stimulating objects and the search for stimulation becomes more crude and passionate. A deeper inspection reveals that problems like drug abuse and teenage delinquency stem from a lack of patience, boredom, and the wish to escape from the state of existence one is born into in that moment. The mental impurity resulting from craving is grasping, of which there are 4 kinds. Number 1, upadana, grasping onto sensuality. As a consequence of craving, the mind firmly attaches to desired objects. When one acquires a desired object, one attaches to it because one wishes for further gratification and because one fears separation. Attachment arises when a person experiences a moment of gratification and then wishes to repeat the experience, or else when desired objects do not provide gratification. Loss or disappointment may then lead to greater fixation and longing. Although objects of desire do not truly belong to people, they try to persuade themselves that in some way they do possess them. The mind of ordinary people are therefore constantly tangled up with desirable objects, and it is difficult for them to reach objectivity, security, and freedom. Number 2, Buddhadhamma, grasping onto views. The desire for something to exist or to be eradicated produces biased views and beliefs, which corresponds to people's desires. The search for gratification leads people to grasp onto teachings, theories, philosophical doctrines, etc., that serve and minister to their desire. When people attach to a view, then they appropriate it and identify with it. Apart from thinking and acting in accord with such a view, they feel personally threatened whenever they encounter an opposing view. They feel this opposing view may diminish, weaken, or destroy their self in some way, and they therefore feel the need to defend their cherished view in order to maintain dignity. This reaction produces conflict, narrow-mindedness, and obstructed wisdom. They are unable to truly benefit from new ideas and teachings, and they are unable to advance their knowledge in an optimal way. 3. Upadana, grasping onto moral precepts and religious practices. The desire for acquisition and existence, the ungrounded fear of the dissolution of the self, and the attachment to views and doctrines all lead to correspondingly superstitious behavior in the face of those things considered sacred and promising fulfillment. Even when people cannot rationally understand the link between these things and desired results. The firm belief in a self manifests externally as an unyielding attachment to behavior, rules, practices, customs, traditions, religious ceremonies, and established institutions without an awareness of their meaning, objectives, and value. As a consequence, human beings create such rules, customs, etc. to limit and confine themselves. They end up becoming narrow-minded and obstinate, and they find it difficult to improve themselves and truly take advantage of what they experience. The following passage from the late Buddhadhamma Bhikkhu may clarify this attachment to rules and practices. When a person upholds a moral precept or follows a teaching without applying reasoned awareness, he simply assumes that this action possesses some kind of sacred power which will naturally produce positive results. Such a person acts merely by following forms, customs, conventions, and scriptures passed down by society, without understanding their true meaning. Because he repeats these actions until they become a habit, attachment becomes more pronounced. This form of grasping varies from the second form, which is a grasping onto mistaken views and opinions. This third form is very hard to rectify. It is a grasping onto spiritual practices and their external manifestations. And that's from Venerable Buddhadasa, The Teachings of Buddhism, Suvajana Press, 1955, page 60. Number 4, Attavanupadana, grasping onto the concept of self. The mistaken belief in a true substantial self is native to the unawakened mind. This belief is reinforced by linguistic conventions which lead people to see things as distinct, solid entities. This belief in self, however, becomes a form of grasping when craving acts as a condition. With a desire for acquisition, a person attaches to the idea of a self which will experience or own the desired object. With a desire for a state of existence, there is grasping onto a self that dwells in that state. With a desire for non-existence, there is grasping onto a self that perishes. And fear of extinction leads a person to struggle to consolidate the sense of self. These forms of desire are linked to the idea of possession or control. People believe that there is a self manipulating events in accord with desire, and because events occasionally do occur in accord with desire, they believe that they have mastery over things. But such control is limited and temporary. The various factors attached to as comprising the self are merely isolated conditions in a larger causal process. Indeed, there is no factor in this process that can be truly or permanently controlled. People, however, interpret even this experience of partial control as proof of a permanent self. When people grasp onto the idea of self, they are unable to deal with things in harmony with conditional factors. Instead, they are deluded into trying to make things comply with their desires. If people do not act in line with causality and things do not proceed as wished, then they feel oppressed by inadequacy and loss. The grasping onto an idea of self is central and acts as a basis for all other forms of grasping. These 4 forms of grasping are connected. An encounter with a pleasurable object gives rise to craving and covetousness. This is followed by grasping onto sensuality. People attach to the desired object, thinking they must acquire, experience, or possess it. Grasping onto views then follows. They think this is good, this will provide happiness, life will be meaningful when I get this object, or any teaching that promotes the acquisition of this object must be correct. Similarly, there arises the grasping onto rules and practices. People consequently uphold rules, traditions, moral codes, etc. as a means to acquire the desired object. Furthermore, there arises the grasping onto a self as that which experiences or controls the object. Clinging prevents mental freedom and clarity. People subject to clinging are unable to think reasonably, interpret events accurately, make wise decisions, or act responsibly in relation to the law of cause and effect. Instead, they experience continual prejudice, limitation, conflict, and stress because they hold firmly to such ideas as me and mine. Clinging to such ideas demands that things accord with desire, even though things must exist in line with causes and conditions and are not subject to a person's will. Whenever things deviate from a desired outcome, people feel oppressed. When a cherished object is adversely affected by something, those who grasp onto it are similarly affected. The degree of impact or disturbance is proportional to the degree of attachment and identification. Suffering is not the sole consequence of this attachment. A person's entire life and scope of activity is ruled by desire and grasping rather than by wisdom. Following on from grasping, the dependent origination sequence proceeds to becoming, birth, aging, and death, and sorrow, limitation, etc., as described earlier. When people experience sorrow, etc., they seek to escape. Their thoughts, choices, and actions, rather than being based on a discernment of the truth of things, are based on accumulated habits, prejudices, perceptions, and opinions. The cycle thus resumes at ignorance and rotates further. Although ignorance is a fundamental defilement of the mind and engenders other mental impurities, craving tends to be the catalyst and plays the more dominant role in external behavior. For this reason, in teachings such as the Four Noble Truths, the source of suffering is defined as craving, tanha. When ignorance is unchecked, when the mind is in a state of blindness and confusion, then craving is unconstrained and people's intentional actions, kama, are more likely to be bad than good. But if people receive spiritual training and develop confidence in a correct path, craving can be used to their advantage. When ignorance is corrected by wholesome beliefs, right thoughts, and reasoned understanding, then craving is deflected to a virtuous goal. It is disciplined and purposeful and can lead to wholesome actions and beneficial results. With proper encouragement, craving may be a support for efforts to eliminate ignorance and craving. In such cases, a person strives to be a good person, make good use of idle time, applies effort to achieve long-term goals, and tries to gain social standing or go to heaven. A good person and a bad person are both subject to suffering, but only the method of transforming ignorance and overcoming craving leads to freedom and true happiness. The following passage demonstrates how craving can be used to a person's advantage for the highest goal. Sister, a monk hears it said, "They say that a monk of such and such a name, by the destruction of the taints in this very life, enters and dwells in the taintless liberation of mind and liberation by wisdom, ... Then he thinks, oh, when shall I too realize the taintless liberation of mind and liberation by wisdom? Then, some time later, based on that craving, he abandons craving. It is on account of this that it was said, this body has come into being through craving, yet based on craving, craving can be abandoned." AII 145-6. If there is no alternative but to choose between two forms of craving, one should choose craving that leads to the good and acts as an impetus for constructive action. But if possible, one should refrain from both advantageous and destructive craving and choose the way of wisdom, which is pure, unfettered, and free from suffering. It's the end of chapter 4.6. Chapter 4.7, Dependent Origination and the Middle Teaching. An understanding of dependent origination is considered equivalent to right view, samaditi, which is objective and unbiased. The teaching of dependent origination is an impartial teaching of truth, or a middle teaching. This teaching is differentiated from doctrines and views that are considered extreme. Following are some of these extreme or dualistic views, along with scriptural passages explaining them. A. Duality number one. Number one, extreme realism. The belief that things exist absolutely. Number two, nihilism. The belief that nothing has a real existence. This world Kachana, for the most part, depends on a duality, on the notion of existence and the notion of non-existence. But for one who sees the origin of the world as it really is with correct wisdom, there is no notion of non-existence in regard to the world. And for one who sees the cessation of the world as it really is with correct wisdom, there is no notion of existence in regard to the world. This world, for the most part, grasps after theories and is imprisoned by dogmas. But the noble disciple does not become engaged with, hold, and cling to an adherence to theories, beliefs, dogmas, and the underlying bias of myself. He has no perplexity or doubt that what arises is only suffering arising, what ceases is only suffering ceasing. A noble disciple's knowledge about this is independent of others. It is in this way that there is a right view. All exists. Kachana, this is one extreme. All does not exist. This is the second extreme. Without veering towards either of these extremes, the Tathagata reaches the Dhamma by the middle. With ignorance as condition, volitional formations come to be. With volitional formations as condition, consciousness, ... But with the remainderless fading away and cessation of ignorance comes cessation of volitional formations. With the cessation of volitional formations, cessation of consciousness, ... SII 1776, SII 134 through 5. A Brahmin philosopher approached the Blessed One and said to him, "How is it, Master Gotama? Does all exist?" All exists. This, Brahman, is the primary cosmology. Then does all not exist? All does not exist. This is the second cosmology. How is it, Master Gotama? Is all a unity? All is a unity. This, Brahman, is the third cosmology. Then is all plurality? All is plurality. Plurality is the fourth cosmology. Without veering towards any of these extremes, the Tathagata teaches the Dhamma by the middle. With ignorance as condition, volitional formations come to be, ... With a remainderless fading away and cessation of ignorance comes cessation, ... SII 77. B, duality, number 2. Number 1, eternalism. Number 2, annihilationism. Then C, duality, number 3. Self-generationalism or karmic autogeneticism. The belief that happiness and suffering, for instance, are self-generated. Number 2, other generationalism or karmic heterogeneticism. The belief that happiness and suffering, for example, are produced by an external agent. A proper investigation of duality number 3 and duality number 4 below helps to prevent misunderstandings concerning the law of karma. Here are several sutta passages in which the Buddha addresses this subject. The naked ascetic Kassapa. How is it, Master Gotama? Is suffering created by oneself? The Buddha. Not so, Kassapa. Then is suffering created by another? Not so, Kassapa. Then is suffering created by both oneself and by another? Not so, Kassapa. Then has suffering arisen randomly, being created neither by oneself nor by another? Not so, Kassapa. Then is there no suffering? It is not that there is no suffering, there is suffering. Then is it that Master Gotama does not know and see suffering? It is not that I do not know and see suffering, Kassapa. I know suffering, I see suffering. ... Venerable Sir, let the Blessed One explain suffering to me. Let the Blessed One teach me about suffering. Kassapa, if one asserts, as in the first statement, suffering is created by oneself, this is the same as saying the one who acts is the same as the one who experiences suffering. When one asserts thus, this amounts to eternalism. If one asserts, like someone else stricken by a feeling, suffering is created by another, this is the same as saying the one who acts is one, the one who experiences suffering is another. When one asserts thus amounts to annihilationism. Without veering towards either of these extremes, the Tathagata teaches the Dhamma by the middle. With ignorance as condition, volitional formations come to be, ... With the remainderless fading away and cessation of ignorance comes cessation, ... That's SII 19 through 21. Are pleasure and pain created by oneself? Not so. Are pleasure and pain created by another? Not so. Are pleasure and pain created both by oneself and by another? Not so. Then have pleasure and pain arisen randomly, being created neither by oneself nor by another? Not so. Then is there no pleasure and pain? It is not that there is no pleasure and pain. There is pleasure and pain. Then is it that Master Gotama does not know and see pleasure and pain? It is not that I do not know and see pleasure and pain. I know pleasure and pain. I see pleasure and pain. Venerable Sir, let the Blessed One explain pleasure and pain to me. Let the Blessed One teach me about pleasure and pain. If one thinks, as in the first statement, the feeling and the one who feels it are the same, there arises the belief pleasure and pain are created by oneself. I do not speak thus. If one thinks the feeling is one, the one who feels it is another, there arises the belief like one who is stricken by feeling. Pleasure and pain are created by another. I do not speak thus. Without veering toward either of these extremes, the Tathagata teaches the Dhamma by the middle. With ignorance as condition, volitional formations come to be, ... With the remainders fading away and cessation of ignorance comes cessation, ... SII 22 to 23. I have said, Ananda, that pleasure and pain are dependently arisen. Dependent on what? Dependent on contact, ... When there is a body, because of bodily volition, pleasure and pain arise internally. When there is speech, because of verbal volition, pleasure and pain arise internally. When there is the mind, because of mental volition, pleasure and pain arise internally. With ignorance as condition, one generates on one's own initiative that bodily volitional formation that conditions internal pleasure and pain. Or prompted by others, one generates that bodily volitional formation that conditions internal pleasure and pain. Either deliberately one generates that bodily volitional formation that conditions internal pleasure and pain, or undeliberately one generates that bodily volitional formation that conditions internal pleasure and pain, ... One generates on one's own initiative that verbal volitional formation, ... One generates on one's own initiative that mental volitional formation, ... or prompted by others, ... Either deliberately, ... or undeliberately, one generates that mental volitional formation that conditions internal pleasure and pain. In all these circumstances, ignorance is involved. And I'm going to skip all the different references there, repeating except for the first one, e.g. SII 39 through 40. Duality number 4. Number 1, the extremist view of a self-identical soul, or the monistic view of subject-object unity. Number 2, the extremist view of individual discontinuity, or the dualistic view of subject-object distinction. How is it, Master Gotama, is the one who acts the same as the one who experiences the results? The one who acts is the same as the one who experiences the results. This Brahman is one extreme. Then is the one who acts one and the one who experiences the results another? The one who acts is one and the one who experiences the result is another. This is the second extreme. Without veering towards either of these extremes, the Tathagata teaches the Dhamma by the middle. With ignorance as condition, volitional formations come to be, ... With the remainderless fading away and cessation of ignorance comes cessation, ... SII 75 through 6. Venerable Sir, what now is aging and death, and for whom is there this aging and death? Not a valid question, the Blessed One replied. Bhikkhu, whether one says, what now is aging and death, and for whom is there this aging and death, or whether one says aging and death is one thing, the one for whom there is this aging and death is another. Both these assertions are identical in meaning. They differ only in the phrasing. If there is the view, the life principle and the body are the same, there is no living of the holy life. And if there is the view, the principle is one thing, the body another, there is no living of the holy life. Without veering towards either of these extremes, the Tathagata teaches the Dhamma by the middle. With birth as condition, aging and death comes to be ... Venerable Sir, what now is birth, and for whom is there this birth? ... Becoming, ... Grasping, ... Clinging, ... Feeling, ... Contact, ... Six sense bases, ... Mind and body, ... Consciousness, ... Volitional formations. Not a valid question, ... But with the remainderless fading away and cessation of ignorance, whatever kinds of distorted views, vacillations, and contradictions there may be, what now is aging and death, and for whom is there this aging and death? Or, aging and death is one thing, the one for whom there is this aging and death is another. Or, the life principle and the body are the same, or the life principle is one thing, the body another. All these are abandoned, eradicated, destroyed, obliterated, so that they are no more subject to future arising. SII 60-63. Venerable Sir, who makes contact? Not a valid question, the Blessed One replied. I do not say one makes contact. If I should say one makes contact, in that case, this would be a valid question. Who makes contact? But I do not speak thus. Since I do not speak thus, if one should ask me, with what as condition does contact come to be? This would be a valid question. To this, the answer is, with the six sense bases as condition, contact comes to be. With contact as condition, feeling comes to be. Who feels, ... Who craves, who grasps? Not a valid question, ... If one should ask me, with what as condition does feeling come to be, ... With what as condition does craving come to be, ... With what as condition does grasping come to be? This would be a valid question. To this, the valid answer is, with contact as condition, feeling comes to be. With feeling as condition, craving comes to be, ... SII 13-14. Bhikkhus, this body is not yours, nor does it belong to others. It is to be seen as old karma, produced by conditioning factors and generated by volition as the foundation for feeling. Therein, bhikkhus, the instructed noble disciple investigates carefully dependent origination thus: when this exists, that comes to be. With the arising of this, that arises. When this does not exist, that does not come to be. With the cessation of this, that ceases. That is, with ignorance as condition, volitional formations come to be. With volitional formations, consciousness comes to be, ... With the remainderless fading away and cessation of ignorance comes the cessation of volitional formations. With the cessation of volitional formations, cessation of consciousness, ... SI 64-5. The teaching of dependent origination reveals the natural law that all conditioned things are marked by the three characteristics, impermanence, dukkha, and non-self, and exist subject to causality. Buddhadhamma does not concern itself with such questions as, do things exist absolutely? Do things lack a real existence? Do things exist in a state of permanence? Do things exist in a substantial way temporarily and then disappear? Those people who do not correctly understand dependent origination tend to misunderstand the teachings of the three characteristics, especially the quality of non-self. Having only a superficial understanding of non-self, they interpret this quality to mean nothing exists and thus adhere to nihilism, which is a serious wrong view. A person who understands dependent origination correctly will escape the misunderstandings stemming from the theories and beliefs mentioned above. For example, the belief in a first cause or a belief in the supernatural. The Buddha addresses this topic in the following passage. When, bhikkhus, a noble disciple has clearly seen with correct wisdom, as it really is, this dependent origination and these dependently arisen phenomena, it is impossible that he will run back into the past thinking, did I exist in the past? Did I not exist in the past? Was I in the past? How was I in the past? Having been what will I become in the past? What did I become in the past? Or that he will run forward into the future thinking, Will I exist in the future? Will I not exist in the future? What will I be in the future? How will I be in the future? Having been what will I become in the future? Or that he will now be inwardly confused about the present thus. Do I exist? Do I not exist? What am I? How am I? This being, where has it come from and where will it go? For what reason is this impossible? Because the noble disciple has clearly seen with correct wisdom as it really is this dependent origination and these dependently arisen phenomena. SII 26-7. A person who understands dependent origination is not confused by the metaphysical dilemmas known as the unanswerable questions. When people asked these questions, the Buddha would remain silent. He said that he would not explain them because when a person sees the interdependent nature of things, these questions are considered trivial and worthless. These dilemmas are also known as 10 erroneous extremist views, as illustrated below. What, Master Gautama, is the cause and reason why, when wanderers of other sects are asked such questions? Number 1, is the world eternal? Is the world not eternal? Is the world finite? Is the world infinite? Are the life principle and the body the same? Is the life principle one thing, the body another? Does a being exist after death? Does a being not exist after death? Does a being both exist and not exist after death? Does a being neither exist nor not exist after death? ... They give such answers as, the world is eternal, the world is not eternal, ... A being neither exists nor does not exist after death. And what is the cause and reason why? When Master Gautama is asked such questions, he does not give such answers. Vacha, wanderers of other sects regard form as self, or self as possessing form, or form as in self, or self as in form. They regard feeling as self, ... perception as self, ... volitional formations as self, ... consciousness as self, or self as possessing consciousness, or consciousness as in self, or self as in consciousness. Therefore, when wanderers of other sects are asked such questions, they give such answers as, the world is eternal, ... But the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened one, does not regard form as self, ... or self as in consciousness. Therefore, when the Tathagata is asked such questions, he does not give such answers. For example, SIV 395-6. There are other erroneous doctrines and theories concerning karma that conflict with the teachings of dependent origination, but these will be discussed in the separate chapter on karma. And that's the end of chapter 4.7. Chapter 4.8, Dependent Origination in a Social Context. So far, the discussion has focused only on dependent origination as it occurs in the minds and lives of individual people. In the Maha-Nidana Sutta, however, which is a very important teaching and is the longest of all suttas describing dependent origination, the Buddha explained conditionality both in a person's mind and between people or in society. Following is a brief explanation of how dependent origination works on a social level. The origination of suffering, or the origination of evil in society, proceeds in the same fashion as the origination of suffering in an individual, but the manifestation of social ills begins with craving. In the following passage, the Buddha highlights this link in the chain of dependent origination. And so, Ananda, feeling conditions craving. Craving conditions seeking. Seeking conditions acquisition. Acquisition conditions appraisal. Appraisal conditions passionate attachment. Passionate attachment conditions preoccupation. Preoccupation conditions possessiveness. Possessiveness conditions stinginess. Stinginess conditions protectiveness. And protectiveness and dependent on protectiveness, as a consequence of protectiveness, there arise the taking up of stick and sword, quarrel, disputes, arguments, strife, abuse, lying, and other evil, unskillful states. DII 58 through 9. The Mahanidana Sutta thus introduces an alternative sequence of dependent origination containing factors different from those manifesting in an individual. The factors shared by both formats are illustrated thus: ignorance, on to volitional formations, consciousness, mind and body, six sense bases, contact, feeling, craving. Within an individual, when craving arises, the process continues as follows. Craving, grasping, becoming, birth, aging and death, sorrow, limitation, etc. equals individual suffering. In society, however, craving leads to these alternative factors: craving to seeking, acquisition, appraisal, passionate attachment, preoccupation, possessiveness, stinginess, protectiveness, quarrels, disputes, arguments, strife, etc., social problems. The Kalahavivada Sutta contains similar material, but it is in the form of questions and answers and is composed in verse, so it differs in some of the details. To help explain dependent origination as it relates to social conditions, one can examine associated processes that are mentioned elsewhere in the scriptures, for example, the process of differentiation. The existence of various elements onto the various forms of contact, then into the various kinds of feeling, various perceptions, various thoughts, various desires, various passions, various forms of seeking, various forms of acquisition. The first section of the above passage, from the elements to perception, can be summarized as various elements generate various perceptions. Another passage in the canon therefore presents this outline as follows: various elements, various perceptions, various thoughts, various desires, various passions, various forms of seeking, various forms of acquisition. These alternative presentations of dependent origination combine internal human dynamics with external social affairs. They present a wide perspective, revealing the source of social problems to be people's mental defilements. It may be said that those suttas explaining the wider implications of mental defilement, for example, the Gana Sutta and the Chakravarti Sutta and the Vasetha Sutta, are working models of dependent origination in a social context. There are a couple of important points to keep in mind when examining this form of presentation. The law of conditionality implies a dependency and a necessity between factors. In the phrase feeling conditions craving, the arising of craving depends on feeling. Feeling is required for craving to arise. However, when feeling exists, it does not necessarily lead to craving. It is at this link between feeling and craving that the cycle of dependent origination can be severed, as corroborated by the sutta passages mentioned earlier, which describe the arising of feeling without subsequent craving. When a person experiences feeling with adequate mindfulness and clear comprehension, the link is cut and craving does not arise. Note from the Mahanidana Sutta that the Buddha began his analysis of social woes at this juncture, where feeling conditions craving. This link between feeling and craving is a crucial stage and has a direct bearing on human behavior and social well-being. The suttas cited above describe how aspects of human society, like the caste system and differences in individual circumstances, result from human interactions and are influenced by the natural environment. Social conditions are shaped by the interdependency between human beings, beginning with people's mental qualities, society, and the natural environment. For example, a person's feelings rely on contact, which is affected by social and environmental factors as well as internal factors like perception. When craving follows feeling, subsequent behaviors may have an impact on other people and on the environment, so that all factors are affected. Human beings are not the only factor influencing society and the environment. Neither are society or the environment the only factors influencing the other two. The three are interdependent. Sections of the Agana Sutta illustrate the process of conditionality. Idle individuals hoard grain, and this practice becomes popular. Onto areas are established for allocating grain. Greedy individuals steal grain from others to increase their share. There arises censure, deceit, punishment, and fighting. Wise individuals see the need for government. There develops the practice of electing a leader or king. Some people become disillusioned with the corruption in society and go to live in the forest to free themselves from evil and develop jhana. Some of these people live near populated areas. They study and compose text. The term Brahman is coined. These people who have families and pursue various forms of enterprise are called merchants. Others whose behavior is considered vulgar or inferior are branded as low class. And then members of each of these four groups abandon their personal customs, renounce the household life, and go forth as ascetics, samana. The sutta shows that the various castes and social classes are formed and conditioned by naturally occurring human relationships. They are not created by a creator God. Every person has a choice to perform good or bad deeds, and everyone will equally receive the fruits of their actions in accord with natural laws. And every person who cultivates the Dhamma correctly can reach liberation, can reach Nibbana. The Chakravarti Sutta mentioned above describes the conditions underlying crime and other social ills. Government leaders do not provide financial assistance to the poor. Poverty is rampant. Theft is rampant. The use of weapons is rampant. Killing is rampant. The spreading of lies, divisive speech, harsh and frivolous speech, sexual misconduct, covetousness, hostility, wrong views, attachment to unrighteousness, greed, injustice, lack of respect for parents, ascetics and Brahmins, and lack of respect according to social standing, the decline of beauty and longevity. The end of chapter 4.8. Chapter 4.9, the link between the middle teaching and the middle way. Translation: in the Thai edition of Buddhadhamma, this section is at the beginning of chapter 12, introducing the middle way. The middle teaching is the objective truth revealed by the Buddha, the truth that all things naturally accord with causes and conditions, and that they are not subject to the extreme or biased views fabricated by people to match their erroneous perceptions and desires for the world to be a certain way. The middle teaching refers to dependent origination, the process of the interdependent arising of things. As outlined earlier, there are two formats or courses of dependent origination in reference to the suffering of human beings. The first format illustrates the arising of suffering. The second format illustrates the cessation of suffering. The middle teaching describes these two processes. Number one, origination. The origination cycle of dependent origination, avijja, sankara, vijnana, jati, jara, marana, and then soka, paradeva, dukkha, domanassa, upayasa, equals the origin of suffering. And number two, cessation, nirodha, the cessation cycle of dependent origination. Ignorance ceases, onto volitional formation ceases, consciousness ceases, birth ceases, aging and death cease, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair cease, equal the cessation of suffering. Suffering is of primary concern to human beings. The origination cycle is presented to identify the source of suffering, and the first step is to outline the factors as a foundation for suffering. As for the cessation cycle, the term nirodha in the middle teaching has a broad range of meaning. Besides referring to the process leading to the cessation of suffering, it also refers to nibbana, freedom from suffering. The middle teaching incorporates both the cessation cycle and nibbana. By describing the teachings on suffering, the cause of suffering, the cessation cycle, and the freedom from suffering, one may conclude that the entire essence of Buddhadhamma has been captured, but this is not the case. The reason for this is that the middle teaching purely describes naturally occurring phenomena. It does not include the means of spiritual practice applied by human beings. The cessation cycle, as found in the middle teaching, is depicted as pure, i.e., theoretical or mechanical process of nature. It describes the necessary interrelated causes and conditions that lead to the end of suffering, but it does not explain the details of practical application. It does not specify what needs to be done in practical terms to reach this end. People may study the middle teaching and gain a gradual understanding of the cessation cycle and the principle of ending suffering, but they still require practical advice to achieve results conforming to this principle. Our responsibility in regard to nature is to gain knowledge, initially an intellectual grasp of natural truths, and then apply this knowledge to spiritual practice. This is a link between objective natural processes and Dhamma practice. The Pali term for Dhamma practice including methods of practice is patipada. This term specifically refers to rules of practice, methods of practice, or ways of conducting one's life in order to reach the end of suffering. The Buddha set down this practice in conformity with the middle teaching on the cessation of suffering, and he called this practice the middle way of practice, or simply the middle way. It is a balanced practice corresponding with the laws of nature, and it gives results according to the natural cycle of cessation. It is impartial. It does not swing to either of the two extremes that cause entanglement or deviation from the correct path. The middle way can be simply referred to as the path. The path is comprised of 8 factors, and because it leads to awakening, i.e. the state of a noble person, it is called the Noble Eightfold Path. The Buddha said that this is an ancient path, which has been traversed by the perfectly enlightened ones of the past. The Buddha rediscovered this path and revealed it to others, showing the way to those who are ready to be trained. This path of practice produces results in accord with the cessation cycle. It enables causes and conditions to proceed in an interconnected way until the natural process reaches its end. The achievement of the path marks the transition from the theoretical cycle of cessation, or from a preliminary knowledge of truth, to practical application. The transition from the theoretical cycle of cessation to practical application can be illustrated in this way. Cessation, nirodha, is the cessation of ignorance onto the cessation of volitional formation, cessation of consciousness, cessation of birth, cessation of aging and death, sorrow, despair equals cessation of suffering. Path and magga, on right view, samaditi, plus right intention, samma samkappa, plus right speech, samavacha, plus right action, samma kammanta, plus right livelihood, samma vijja, plus right effort, samma vayama, plus right mindfulness, samma sati, plus right concentration, samma samadhi, is then on to the cessation of suffering. Here are some significant points concerning the connection between the cessation cycle and the practice of the path. The cessation cycle is a process occurring in nature. The path is a way of practice for human beings to achieve results in accord with this natural process. The path arises from applying knowledge of the cessation cycle. This knowledge is developed into a method of practice, and one who follows this practice must have at least a rudimentary understanding of the cessation cycle. For this reason, the path begins with right view. The cessation cycle deals directly with the relationship between causes and conditions. It is described as the cessation of causes and conditions that give rise to suffering. Cessation in this context is decisive and complete. It is an end to and a freedom from all problems. The path of practice, on the other hand, is flexible. The details of practice can be described in terms of different degrees of difficulty, and the 8 factors of the path can be expanded upon into various levels of complexity. The path to liberation is gradual, and the The reduction or elimination of problems is commensurate with the extent or degree of a person's practice. The cessation cycle focuses explicitly on causes and conditions. It is impersonal, and it points to the utter elimination of such causes and conditions. It includes little mention of good or bad or good and evil. The path is gradual. It constitutes an increase in the power of goodness to combat and vanquish negative, obstructive forces. It emphasizes the abandonment of the bad and the cultivation of the good at many levels. The cessation cycle is theoretical. The path is practical and methodical. To use an analogy, the cessation cycle is like the set of principles involved in extinguishing a fire. Fuel must be removed, the oxygen supply cut off, the temperature reduced. The path is similar to the methods used to achieve results based on these principles. What is needed to remove the fuel, cut off oxygen, and reduce temperature? This requires much effort, both in acquiring the necessary equipment and planning tactics. Should water or an alternative fire retardant be used? What tools are needed? How should one respond in the case of ordinary fires, electrical fires, oil fires, and gas fires? How does one access the fire and protect oneself? How does one train people to act as firefighters? Similarly, the cessation cycle is like the set of principles involved in treating disease, which refers directly to the removal of pathological elements, the elimination of germs, the removal of toxins and foreign substances, the repair of faulty or weakened tissue and organs, the supply of deficient nutrients, and the improvement of one's mental condition. The path is like the treatment of disease which may only involve a brief review of medical principles and yet comprise elaborate and complex procedures, including examination, diagnosis, medication, surgery, nursing, physiotherapy, the manufacture and use of medical equipment, the creation of clinics and hospitals, health administration, the training of medical staff. The 8 fundamental factors of the path can be expanded on and rearranged into many formats, groups, and stages to correspond with various objectives, persons, circumstances, conditions, and levels of readiness, all of which require detailed study. The middle way is therefore explained in a separate section of Buddhadhamma. This explanation can be divided into 2 parts. First is a description of the 8 factors, which is a basic preliminary structure, and the second is an expansion and rearrangement of these factors into new outlines according to specific circumstances. At this point, let us look again at the transition from the theoretical description of phenomena to the way of practice, a transition that can be explained by different formats. The Buddha described 2 modes of practice. Number 1, wrong practice, the incorrect path, the path giving rise to suffering, and 2, right practice, the correct path, the path leading to the end of suffering. On one occasion, he equated the origination cycle of dependent origination with wrong path and the cessation cycle with the right practice. Wrong practice, avijja, sankara, vijnana, jati, jaramarana, soka, paradeva, dukkha, domanassa, upayasa equals the origin of suffering. Number 2, right practice, ignorance ceases, volitional formation cease, consciousness ceases, birth ceases, aging and death cease, sorrow, limitation, pain, grief, and despair cease equals the cessation of suffering. On another occasion, he described the factors that are contrary to the path as wrong practice and the factors of the path as right practice. Number 1, wrong practice. Wrong view plus wrong intention plus wrong speech plus wrong action plus wrong livelihood plus wrong effort plus wrong mindfulness plus wrong concentration. Number 2, the right practice. Right view plus right intention plus right speech plus right action plus right livelihood plus right effort plus right mindfulness plus right concentration. Dependent origination describes a natural causal process of phenomena. It is not an outline of practice. Nevertheless, in the first pair of right and wrong practice above, practice is defined by way of dependent origination. An answer to whether or not this is a contradiction is that here dependent origination emphasizes practice. The commentary to this sutta poses the question that if ignorance can act as a condition for wholesome, meritorious intentions and a catalyst for highly concentrated states of mind, then why would it be classified as wrong practice? The commentary goes on to reply to its own question that someone who desires existence aims for acquiring and becoming. Whatever they do, even developing the 5 higher psychic attainments or the 8 concentrative attainments, is wrong practice. On the contrary, one who aspires for nibbana with thoughts of relinquishment with a clear mind does not aim for becoming. Even if he or she offers a small gift, this action is right practice. In any case, the reason for placing these 2 preceding pairs of definitions for right and wrong practice together is simply to help explain the transition from the cessation cycle to the path of practice. We can observe here, however, that besides describing a positive cycle and a correct form of practice, the Buddha also described a negative cycle and an incorrect form of practice. End of chapter 4.9. Chapter 4.10, Breaking the Cycle. The Buddha described another format for the cessation cycle of dependent origination. The initial part of this format begins with the standard origination cycle from ignorance to the arising of suffering. From there, instead of describing the cessation cycle, it describes a connected process of wholesome qualities leading up to and ending with awakening. This is a completely new format which does not refer to the cessation of any of the factors in the origination cycle. This outline is an important example of applying the factors of the path in a system of Dhamma practice. In other words, it is a process that occurs for a person who successfully follows the path and reaches perfect realization. The Buddha described this format for liberation on many occasions with slight variations in detail. Avijja, Sankara, Vijnana, Namarupa, Sayatana, Phassa, Vedana, Tanha, Upadana, Bhava, Jati, suffering, dukkha, faith, saddha, joy, pamoja, delight, piti, tranquility, passaddhi, relaxation, happiness, sukha, concentration, samadhi, knowledge and vision according to reality, yata bhuta nadadasana, detachment, nibbida, dispassion, viraga, liberation, vimutti, knowledge of the destruction of mental defilements, kaya jnana, SII 31. This process begins with ignorance until it reaches suffering. The word dukkha here replaces the terms marana and sokha, parideva, dukkha, domanassa, upayasa. But from this point, instead of linking with ignorance and resuming the cycle of origination, it proceeds in a wholesome, positive direction, with faith taking over from ignorance. It finally reaches knowledge of the destruction of the taints and does not link up with ignorance again. If one counts suffering as the pivotal factor, the number of factors both preceding and following suffering is identical. This new outline can be divided into 2 parts. First, from ignorance to suffering, and second, from faith to knowledge of the destruction of the taints. In the second part, faith replaces ignorance as the initial factor. Referring back to an earlier section in this book, one can recognize that faith here is equivalent to a disciplined or weakened form of ignorance. At this stage, ignorance is no longer totally blind, but is imbued with a grain of understanding, which buds as an aspiration to reach a virtuous goal and blossoms into true knowledge and complete liberation. In this instance, when the cycle has proceeded from ignorance and reached suffering, one seeks an escape. If one receives correct instruction or considers carefully the law of cause and effect, and one has gained confidence in goodness, the arising of faith, saddha, then there will arise joy, contentment, and a determination to gradually advance in virtue until the end is reached. The second part of the new outline is, in fact, the same as the standard cessation cycle of dependent origination. Ignorance ceases, volitional formations cease, consciousness ceases, etc. This new outline merely describes the prominent factors of the cycle in greater detail and emphasizes the connection between the origination cycle and the cessation cycle. In the Netipakarana, the following teaching by the Buddha is interpreted as a transcendent form of dependent origination, i.e., the mode of cessation. Virtuous conduct, Ananda, has the benefit and reward of non-remorse. ... Non-remorse has the benefit and reward of joy. ... And I'll just leave out the ... here. Joy has the benefit and reward of delight. Delight has the benefit and reward of tranquility. Tranquility has the benefit and reward of happiness. Happiness has the benefit and reward of concentration. Concentration has the benefit and reward of knowledge and vision of things as they really are. Knowledge and vision of things as they really are has the benefit and reward of disenchantment. Disenchantment has the benefit and reward of dispassion. Dispassion has the benefit and reward of the knowledge and vision of liberation. In this way, Ananda, virtuous conduct brings the succeeding qualities to perfection for reaching step by step the fruit of arhatship. AV3II. This teaching can be illustrated easily as follows: virtuous conduct, onto non-remorse, onto joy, onto delight, then to tranquility, onto happiness, then to concentration, knowledge and vision of things as they really are, disenchantment, dispassion, knowledge and vision of liberation. This process is almost identical to the outline above, except that it begins with moral conduct and non-remorse instead of faith, and it only describes the cessation cycle. It does not refer to the origin of suffering. It is fair to say, however, that the meanings of the two formats are essentially the same. The first format focuses on a situation where faith is the predominant factor. When a person has faith in virtue and confidence in the law of cause and effect, this state of mind is connected to conduct. Faith is supported by virtuous conduct and thus leads to gladness. The second format focuses on conduct as the predominant factor. In this situation, the mind has a foundation of faith and confidence, which promotes virtuous conduct. Virtuous conduct leads to an untroubled mind. One has self-confidence in one's good actions. This self-confidence is an attribute of faith, saddha, which also leads to gladness, the following factor. The final factors of the first format end with liberation and with knowledge of the destruction of the taints, while the second format ends with the knowledge and vision of liberation. These two endings are identical in meaning. The second format combines liberation with knowledge of the destruction of taints into a single factor. There's another outline similar to the one beginning with faith, but here faith is replaced by wise reflection, yoniso manasikara. So wise reflection leads on to joy and delight, tranquility, happiness, concentration, knowledge and vision according to reality, disenchantment, dispassion, liberation. DIII 288. This teaching does not introduce a radically different idea. The process simply begins with the person's ability to analyze and to apply wisdom to investigate cause and effect. Instead of beginning with faith, which is equivalent to entrusting one's wisdom to someone or something else, the process begins with proper attention, which leads to an understanding of things as they truly are and to a bright and joyous mind. The subsequent factors are the same as in the preceding formats. And then there's figure 4.3, destruction of mental defilements, and it gives the wheel and then also the three-pronged thing from suffering, either wise reflection, faith, skillful conduct, and then they all lead to joy, and then the sequence up to destruction of mental defilements. These processes of cessation shed light on the path of practice and on the tasks required by human beings. However, they still lack sufficient details for a comprehensive practice, the question remains as to what is required to bring about and fulfill these cycles of cessation. At this point, in order to gain a perspective, let us look at another format of dependent origination. A. Nutriment of ignorance. Monks, and ignorance too, I declare, is a specific condition, and due to its nutriments it manifests. I declare, number 1, ignorance has its nutriment, the 5 hindrances. Number 2, the 5 hindrances have their nutriment, the 3 ways of wrong conduct. Number 3, the 3 ways of wrong conduct have their nutriment, lack of sense restraint. Number 4, lack of sense restraint has its nutriment, lack of mindfulness and clear comprehension. 5, lack of mindfulness and clear comprehension has its nutriment, improper attention. Improper attention has its nutriment, lack of faith. 7, lack of faith has its nutriment, not listening to the true teachings. 8, not listening to the true teachings has its nutriment, not associating with superior people. When non-association with superior people prevails, not listening to the true teachings will prevail. When not listening to the true teachings prevails, it will make a lack of faith prevail. ... When the 5 hindrances prevail, they will make ignorance prevail. In this way, ignorance has its nutriment and becomes complete. AV 113 through 114. B. Nutriment of knowledge and liberation. Number 1, supreme knowledge and liberation have their nutriment, the 7 factors of enlightenment. The 7 factors of enlightenment have their nutriment, the 4 foundations of mindfulness. The 4 foundations of mindfulness have their nutriment, the 3 ways of good conduct. The 3 ways of good conduct have their nutriment, restraint of the senses. 5, restraint of the senses has its nutriment, mindfulness and clear comprehension. Number 6, mindfulness and clear comprehension has its nutriment, wise reflection. Wise reflection has its nutriment, faith. Faith has its nutriment, listening to the true Dhamma. Listening to the true Dhamma has its nutriment, associating with superior people. When association with superior people prevails, it will make listening to the true Dhamma prevail. When listening to the true Dhamma prevails, it will make faith prevail, ... When the 7 factors of enlightenment prevail, they will make supreme knowledge and liberation prevail. In this way, supreme knowledge and liberation have their nutriment and become complete. A. V. 114 through 15. In this teaching, 2 factors play a pivotal role: wise reflection, yoniso manasikara, which is the principle of Buddhist application of thought, and a key internal attribute, and is a key internal attribute. And association with superior persons, that is, saparisa samseva, equals having a beautiful friend - kalyanamita, which reveals the importance of social factors and is a key external factor. Faith acts as the link between these 2 factors. The various outlines of the cessation cycle mentioned above, along with particular forms of practice, can be summarized as follows. Number 1, the cessation cycle and the path of practice. Cessation cycle of dependent origination. Ignorance ceases, volitional formation ceases, consciousness ceases, ... birth ceases, aging and death cease. Then on to sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair cease equals the cessation of suffering. The middle way, right view plus right intention, plus right speech, plus right action, plus right livelihood, plus right effort, plus right mindfulness, plus right concentration, arrow, cessation of suffering. Number 2, the cessation cycle explained as a process of wholesome qualities leading to liberation, in which suffering is the starting point. This cycle proceeds in an opposite direction to this origination cycle of suffering, as illustrated on figure 4.6. And I'll skip over that. Number 3, a gradual way of practice comprised of subsidiary factors of the path. This way of practice is not an automatic causal process, but each step of this process acts as a support for the subsequent stages of practice. Here's an example of this outline. Mutually sustaining qualities, association with superior people, on to listening to the true Dhamma, then faith, wise reflection, mindfulness and clear comprehension, sense restraint, good conduct, foundations of mindfulness, factors of enlightenment, supreme knowledge and liberation. The placement of path factors into a way of practice, as shown above, can result in many different detailed stages of practice corresponding to the specific objective and emphasis of the compiler. The stages of practice, however, generally conform to the framework and sequence of the threefold training: moral conduct, concentration, and wisdom, which is a key principle in the application of the path factors in Dhamma practice. Following is a brief summary of 3 further examples of this last outline of practice, which are mentioned frequently in the scriptures. Number 1, the fulfillment of the holy life, brahmacharya. This way of practice is found frequently in the scriptures. It is referred to as the fulfillment of the holy life, and it's equivalent to the threefold training. According to this format, sense restraint is grounded under concentration, but in later texts, it is grouped under moral conduct and is called the virtuous conduct of sense restraint, where it is the second factor of the 4 modes of pure conduct. On many occasions, contentment is not mentioned, and there's a lot of references there that I skipped over instead of reading them all, pointing them out. Moral conduct, encountering the Buddha, equals association with superior persons, onto listening to the Dhamma, onto faith, onto going forth as a monk, onto noble moral conduct, the happiness of leading a faultless life. Plus, concentration, restraint of the senses, untarnished happiness, mindfulness and clear comprehension, plus contentment, onto developing concentration in secluded places, eliminating the hindrances, equals joy, onto 4 jhanas, equals the bliss of jhana, onto wisdom, 3 kinds of supreme knowledge, vijja, or the 6 kinds of direct knowledge, abhinya, or the 8 kinds of superior knowledge, onto liberation, onto knowledge of the destruction of the taints. Number 2, 7 kinds of purity. 2 more kinds of purity are added at the end, panya visuddhi and vimutti visuddhi. The commentaries explain that these 2 refer to arahata phala panna and arahata phala vimutti, respectively. Moral conduct, number 1, purity of moral conduct equals pure conduct in accord with a person's personal circumstances, onto concentration. 2, purity of mind equals access, concentration, and higher forms of concentration. Wisdom, purity of views equals knowledge of mind and body. Onto 4, purity of knowledge leading to the end of doubt equals an understanding of dependent origination. Number 5, purity of knowledge regarding path and not path equals encountering and going beyond the defilements in sight. Onto 6, purity of knowledge of the way of practice equals insight knowledge. Onto 7, purity of knowledge and vision equals path knowledge. Number 3, 15 modes of conduct and the 3 kinds of knowledge. 15 modes of conduct equal moral conduct and concentration. Practice of a trainee. Number 1, perfect moral conduct, plus sense restraint, plus 3, moderation in eating, plus 4, practice of wakefulness, 7, essential qualities, 5, faith, 6, moral shame, 7, fear of wrongdoing, 8, great learning, 9, energy, 10, mindfulness, 11, wisdom, and 12 through 15 is the 4 jhanas. The 3 kinds of superior knowledge equal wisdom. The 3 vijja, reminiscence of past lives, knowledge of the decease and rebirth of beings, knowledge of the destruction of the taints. Occasionally, the Buddha emphasized the development of wisdom, for example, gradual training or gradual practice. Faith in a teacher, onto one who seeks out the teacher, one who approaches the teacher, one who is eager to listen to the teacher, one who listens to the Dhamma, one memorizes the Dhamma, one examines the meaning of the teachings, one gains a reflective understanding of the teachings, onto enthusiasm, onto perseverance, onto one examines the truth and gains a clear understanding,
onto resolute effort, onto one penetrates the truth with wisdom. A well-known teaching that applies to daily life is a teaching on the 10 righteous ways of conduct, which are also known as the 10 wholesome ways of action. In the Pali Canon, these qualities are sometimes referred to as noble qualities. The commentaries refer to them as human qualities. This teaching is an example of applying the factors of the path to Dhamma practice. 4. Righteous ways of conduct. Moral conduct, right action, abstaining from injury to living creatures, equals mutual kindness and support, plus abstaining from taking what is not freely given, equals respect for personal property, plus abstaining from improper sexual relations, equals not violating cherished persons. Right speech, abstaining from lying, equals truthful speech, plus abstaining from malicious speech, equals harmonious speech, plus abstaining from harsh speech, equals polite speech, plus abstaining from frivolous speech, equals reasoned, constructive speech. Wisdom, right intention, non-covetedness, plus non-aggression, equals loving kindness, plus right view, onto happiness, onto liberation. Some people may object that this process does not contain any factors related to concentration. Although the development of concentration is generally not emphasized in the context of people's everyday lives, the factors related to concentration are included in this process. Right effort and right mindfulness are necessary factors when developing all the other factors of the path. Moreover, one definition for samadhi is the absence of the hindrances, which corresponds to the 8th and 9th factors of the righteous way of conduct. Covetedness, and non-aggression. Abhija, covetedness or kamachanda, sensual desire, is the first hindrance, and bhayapada, ill will, is the second. The Buddha classified non-covetedness and non-aggression as forms of mental excellence. Furthermore, from the perspective of internal spiritual growth, the entire process of righteous conduct is a preparation for the development and fulfillment of concentration. And that's the end of chapter 4.10.
Chapter 4.11, Appendix 1, Interpretations of Dependent Origination. Earlier, I referred to the passages in the Vivanga, the second volume of the Abhidhamma, and the Samovinodani, the commentary to the Vivanga, describing the entire sequence of dependent origination occurring in a single mind moment. The main commentarial interpretation of dependent origination, however, explains the teaching exclusively in the context of several lifetimes. When the teaching of dependent origination is interpreted in the context of everyday experience, those people who hold to the mainstream interpretation may feel uneasy and object that this former interpretation is unorthodox and baseless. Scriptural evidence does exist, however, for the interpretation of dependent origination in the context of everyday life. Although the interpretation of dependent origination as occurring subtly and rapidly in the present moment differs from the orthodox interpretation, the evidence is clear and compelling that this former interpretation is valid. Granted, the remaining traces of evidence are scanty and obscure. This alternative interpretation was likely overlooked or forgotten. The reason it survives is because there is substantiating proof in the Tipitaka itself. The interpretation of dependent origination in the context of several lifetimes originates in the Visuddhimagga, composed by Venerable Buddhaghosa in the 5th century A.D. The Samovinodani, however, composed by the same author, provides an alternative interpretation. The Samovinodani divides the analysis of dependent origination in 2 sections. Whereas the first section explains the teaching in the same way as the Visuddhimagga, in the context of several lifetimes, the second section explains it as occurring in a single mind moment. It is recorded that Venerable Buddhaghosa wrote the Buddhadhamma after he wrote the Visuddhimagga. The difference between the two texts is that Buddhaghosa was free to use a wide range of sources to compose the Visuddhimagga, while the Samobhavinodani is a commentary exclusively on the Vibhanga and of the Abhidhamma. In the introduction to the Samobhavinodani, Venerable Buddhaghosa claims in reference to this text, "I have compiled and clarified the meaning of an ancient commentary." In the section of the Visuddhimagga dealing with dependent origination, he writes, "It is inherently difficult to explain dependent origination, ... Whilst now I wish to describe the structure of conditions, I find no footing and seem to founder in a sea. However, the teachings on dependent origination is graced by many modes of exposition, and the ancient teacher's way of teaching is handed down unbrokenly. Relying on these two supports, I now begin to elucidate its meaning." That's Visuddhimagga 5:22-3, identical to Vibhanga 91. In contrast to the Samobhavinodani, the Visuddhimagga contains only the several lifetime explanation and is most identical to the first section of the Samobhavinodani with only a few added details. One may ask why there is no equivalent second section in the Visuddhimagga. A probable answer is that by the time of Venerable Buddhaghosa, the several lifetime explanation had become the prevailing orthodoxy, and he may have felt more comfortable with this explanation because, although he considered the whole subject difficult, this explanation was supported by an unbroken lineage of teachers. The transmission of the single mind moment explanation had probably been broken, as suggested by the extreme brevity of this section in the Samobhavinodani. Venerable Buddhaghosa may have felt obliged to include this second section, however brief, in the Samobhavinodani in order to be true to the evidence in the Pali Canon and the traces in the older commentaries. The Samobhavinodani is a commentary on the Vibhanga, the second volume of the Abhidhamma. The section in the Vibhanga explaining dependent origination is called the Pachayakara Vibhanga and is divided in two parts. The Suttanta Bhajani, analysis conforming to the suttas, and the Abhidhamma Bhajanaya, an analysis conforming to the Abhidhamma. The Samobhavinodani is similarly divided in two parts, and it explains the differences between the two as follows. The teacher describes conditionality ... in the Sutta chapter as occurring in different mind moments. Conditionality does not exclusively occur in different mind moments, but also occurs in a single mind moment. The intent here is to describe the ways in which conditionality occurs in a single mind moment according to the Abhidhamma chapter. So Vibhanga 199. In the Sutta chapter, conditionality is determined as occurring in many mind moments. In the Abhidhamma chapter, conditionality is described in the context of a single mind moment. Vibhanga 200. Here's an example from the Samobhavinodani of dependent origination functioning in everyday life, i.e. in a single mind moment. Birth, aging, and death here refers to the birth, aging, and death of immaterial things, not to a broken tooth, graying hair, wrinkled skin, dying or passing from this state of existence. Vibhanga 208. It is noteworthy that the Sutta chapter of the Vibhanga dealing with conditionality in the context of several mind moments, i.e. emphasizing several lifetimes, covers only 4 pages. In contrast, the Abhidhamma chapter concerning conditionality in the context of a single mind moment covers 54 pages. In the Samobhavinodani, however, these proportions are reversed. The Sutta chapter runs to 70 pages, while the Abhidhamma chapter covers 14 pages. The reason this latter division in the Samobhavinodani is so brief may be because Venerable Buddhaghosa did not have much time to say about this subject, or it may be because he felt the subject had already been covered in great detail, and therefore it did not need to be expanded upon. In sum, the basis for the interpretation of dependent origination in the context of everyday life is found in the Pali Canon, and traces of it remain in the commentaries. It has merely faded in prominence, been forgotten, or been overlooked. Chapter 4.12, Appendix 2, Laws of Nature, Dhamma Niyamata. The Buddha presented two key classifications which he referred to as Dhamma Niyamata, which may be translated as certainty of nature, natural order, or law of nature. This term refers to naturally existing principles of truth or to independently existing truths of nature. Whether a Buddha appears or not, these truths exist according to their own inherent properties. These two classifications of Dhamma Niyamata are as follows. Number 1, Iti Pachayata, specific conditionality, the law of dependent origination comprising 12 factors. Number 2, Anicca, Dukkha, Anatta, the laws of impermanence, dukkha, and non-self. Beginning with the commentaries, these three factors are referred to as the three characteristics, tilakkhana. Technically, these dual principles are referred to by a pair of terms, dhammathitata and dhammaniyamata. Although these two classifications have been explained at length in Chapter 3 and in this present chapter, at this point it's useful to provide a summary. A. These natural laws comprise 4 factors linked to the Four Noble Truths. The law of dependent origination, or specific conditionality, combined with the 3 laws of impermanence, dukkha, and non-self, comprise 4 factors which in the Pali Canon are described as follows. Number 1, whether Tathagatas appear or not, this truth exists as constant and stable, that is, specific conditionality. 2, monks, whether Tathagatas appear or not, this truth exists as constant and stable, that is, all conditioned phenomena are impermanent. 3, whether Tathagatas appear or not, this truth exists as constant and stable, that is, all conditioned phenomena are unenduring. 4, monks, whether Tathagatas appear or not, this truth exists as constant and stable, that is, all things are non-self. In brief, the factors are 1, the law of specific conditionality, 2, the law of impermanence, 3, the law of unendurability, and 4, the law of non-self. The law of dependent origination reveals how the 5 aggregates exist as mutual, interrelated causes of condition. This law deals with the existence of conditioned phenomena, which comprise all phenomena in the conditioned world. The laws of anicca and dukkha reveal how all conditioned phenomena, i.e. the 5 aggregates, are without exception impermanent and unenduring. The law of anatta reveals how all things, both conditioned things and the unconditioned things, both within the 5 aggregates and transcending the 5 aggregates, are non-self. The law of dependent origination reveals how the interrelationship between the 5 aggregates creates a dynamic that gives rise to suffering, which is specifically referred to as the cycle of origination. This corresponds to the second noble truth, the noble truth of the cause of suffering. Specific conditionality by itself indicates the impermanence and unendurability of the 5 aggregates, all of conditioned phenomena. Because the 5 aggregates are subject to specific conditionality, are marked by impermanence and unendurability, and in addition to this fall under the sway of the law of non-self, they act as the basis and cause for suffering, are the gathering point for potential suffering to arise. This corresponds to the first noble truth, the noble truth of suffering. In the end analysis, conditioned formations, sankhara, are natural phenomena, which means that they have their own character or nature. They do not constitute a stable, fixed, substantial identity. They do not belong to anyone, nor can they be governed or dictated by anyone in any real sense. As conditioned phenomena, they exist according to specific causes and conditions. Their impermanence and unendurability is a result of this conditionality. No one can force them to be otherwise.
They are thus included within the province of the law of non-self. Apart from conditioned phenomena, there also exists the unconditioned, which transcends specific conditionality and is not created by conditioning factors. It is permanent and free from dukkha. It constitutes the cessation of dukkha. This corresponds to the third noble truth, the noble truth of the cessation of suffering, namely nibbana. The unconditioned, likewise, is a natural phenomena, which means that it too does not constitute a stable, fixed, substantial identity. It does not belong to anyone, nor can it be governed or dictated by anyone. It too is non-self, anatta. For this reason, the fourth law of non-self pertains to all things, both conditioned things and the unconditioned, both constructed things and the unconstructed. The unconditioned is not subject to the cycle of origination. Instead, it is realized as the final goal of the cycle of cessation. It is reached by the stopping, ceasing, non-existing, and non-arising of dependent origination. Although it passes beyond the realm of conditioned phenomena, and it is permanent and free from dukkha, it shares the characteristic of non-self with all other natural phenomena. It does not belong to anyone. It does not manifest as some form of being. It does not constitute a self, nor is it subject to anyone's will. It exists according to its own inherent nature. The noble truth of the path, leading to the cessation of suffering, or the path, magga for short, comprises those means applied for ending and eliminating the cycle of origination, or for reverting to the cycle of cessation. There are many details to this path of practice referred to as the Noble Eightfold Path, which is fulfilled by completing the threefold training. Essentially, the entire path involves abandoning the unwholesome and developing the wholesome, both of which exist within the sphere of the five aggregates. One may describe this as developing the wholesome aggregates, or even developing the aggregates. This factor of the path is thus characterized by impermanence, dukkha, and non-self. In sum, the first law of nature reveals the state of conditioned phenomena. This is the gist of the second noble truth. The second and third laws of nature, anicca, aniccatta, and dukkhata, reveal the shared attributes of conditioned phenomena, encompassing the first, second, and fourth noble truths. And the fourth law, anattata, reveals the shared attribute of all things, of all phenomena, encompassing all four noble truths. B. Suchness, tathata. Both when introducing specific conditionality and when introducing the three characteristics, the Buddha used two terms, dhammathita, and dhammayamata. Yet at the end of these passages, in the context of specific conditionality, the term idappaccayata is preceded by three additional terms, tahata, avatata, and anattahata, which are absent in the passages describing the three characteristics. Monks, suchness, the state of existing just so, inerrancy, the state of not deviating from existing as such, and invariability, the state of not being otherwise, is specific conditionality. Indeed, all this cited here is dependent origination. These three additional terms are used for special emphasis or to draw special attention, but because they are concise and striking, they are alluded to frequently to the extent of being well known and finding public favor. The term ta in particular is mentioned frequently in Buddhist circles, and because this term is only found in connection with specific conditionality, dependent origination, people may believe that it only refers to the subject. The following words of the Buddha provide a broad perspective on this matter. Monks, these four things are actual, unerring, vitata, not otherwise, ananyata. What for? This is suffering, This is the origin of suffering, This is cessation of suffering, This is the way leading to the cessation of suffering. This is actual, unerring, not otherwise, Therefore, monks, you should make an exertion to understand this is suffering, This is the path leading to the cessation of suffering. SV 430, PSII 104. Note
that in this context, the three aforementioned terms refer to the Four Noble Truths, and they are used to supplement the meaning of the word satcha, truth. In the commentaries and subcommentaries, the Four Noble Truths are sometimes referred to as Buddhadhamma, true phenomena, in a similar way as they are sometimes referred to as Satcha Dhamma, truths. The term Satcha Dhamma, however, does not always refer to the Four Noble Truths. There are other noteworthy passages in the Tipitaka in which the Four Noble Truths are referred to by these three aforementioned terms. The passage below follows on from the passage cited above. How is suffering, dukkha, a truth, satcha, in the sense that it is just so, tata? There are four definitions of suffering, characterizing it as being just so, tata: inerrant, vidatha, and invariable, anattata. There is the definition of suffering as oppression. There is the definition of suffering as compounded. There is the definition of suffering as a state of burning. And there is the definition of suffering as fluctuation, ... How is the origin, cause of suffering, a truth in the sense that it is just so? There are four definitions of the origin characterizing it as being just so, inerrant and invariable. There is the definition of the origin as the merging of originating factors. There's the definition of the origin as cause, source, nidana. There is the definition of origination as bound, and there's the definition of origination as obstructed, ... How is cessation, nirodha, a truth in the sense that it is just so? There are four definitions of cessation characterizing it as being just so, inerrant, and invariable. There's the definition of cessation as freedom. There's a definition of cessation as tranquil. There's a definition of cessation as uncompounded. And there's the definition of cessation as deathless, ... And how is path magga a truth in the sense that it is just so? There are four definitions of the path characterizing it as being just so, inerrant and invariable. There is the definition of the path as a factor for release. There is the definition of the path as cause. There's the definition of the path as discernment. And there's the definition of the path as sovereignty. PSII 104, 105. Here are the concluding passages summarizing the Four Noble Truths. By way of how many attributes are the four truths realized in unison? The four truths are realized in unison by way of four attributes, in the sense of being actual, in the sense of being non-self, in the sense of being true, in the sense of being penetrating. The four truths are integrated as one by way of these four attributes, seeing that each one of these unified truths is constant, realized by equivalent knowledge. For this reason, these four truths are realized in unison. PS 105. The term tathata refers to the state of being such, tata, just as anicca refers to the state of being impermanent, anicca. Dukkhata refers to the state of being subject to stress, dukkha, and anattata refers to the state of being non-self, anatta. Here the suffix ta means state. The fundamentals of the Pali language in the original text makes it quite clear for distinguishing the meanings of various terms. Later on, however, some of these meanings have been mixed up, which may cause confusion. The important feature to note here is that in the context of these various laws, the suffix ta is frequently applied. For example, when the Buddha spoke about the laws of nature, he used the term Dhamma niyamata, which refers to the state, ta, the properties, the qualities, or the existence of phenomena, which are part of a natural order. The short term Dhamma niyama began to be used in the commentaries, and it was used here in a broader sense. It is sometimes synonymous with Dhamma niyamata as defined above, while at other times it refers to specific phenomena acting as conditions within the process of dependent origination. Likewise, the term Dhamma theta refers to the state, properties, or existence of phenomena that accord with causes and conditions. The shorter term, dhammathiti, may also convey the same meaning, but it usually refers to specific phenomena which act as conditions or are subject to causes and conditions. The term anicca, dukkha, and anatta refer to the state, property, or existence of phenomena marked by impermanent stress and non-self, as described earlier. In this book, Buddhadhamma, the terms Dhamma Niyama is generally used as synonymous with Dhamma Niyamata, referring to the properties and qualities of things rather than to the things themselves. Therefore, the terms Dhamma Niyamata, Pachayata, Tatata, Anicca, anatta, etc., are not interchangeable with such terms as the five aggregates, nibbana, conditioned phenomena, compounded things, and the unconditioned. C. Terms pertaining to the three characteristics, talakkhana. The Pali term talakkhana, three characteristics, is familiar to many students of Buddhism. This is not an original term, and it does not appear in the Tipitaka. Rather, it became a popular term in the commentaries. In the Tipitaka, the three characteristics are referred to as the three laws of nature, Dhamma Niyamata. And there is no collective term for these three factors. Although they are described in many different formats, they are mentioned separately. For example, monks, form is impermanent, feeling is impermanent, perception is impermanent, volitional formations are impermanent, consciousness is impermanent, Form is subject to stress, feeling is subject to stress, perception is subject to stress, volitional formations are subject to stress, consciousness is subject to stress, Form is non-self, feeling is non-self, perception is non-self, volitional formations is non-self, consciousness is non-self, SIII 21. Although there is a term in Pali that translates as the three characteristics, namely tinhi lakhananti, it refers to distinct groups of characteristics. The closest group to this context contains the three characteristics of conditioned phenomena, the characteristic of arising, the characteristic of passing away, the characteristic of abiding and becoming otherwise. But this group has its own collective term, i.e. Sankhata Lakkhana. The term Samana Lakkhana, universal characteristics, likewise is not an original term from the Tipitaka, but is used frequently in the commentaries. It is used for comparison, describing how all things are endowed with two kinds of attributes, unique attributes, Pachata Lakkhana, and shared attributes, Samana Lakkhana. For example, a unique attribute of physical form, Rupa, is that it is under strain, and a unique attribute of feeling, Vedana, is that it feels sense impressions. But both form and feeling share the attributes of impermanence, dukkha, and non-self. The term Visalakkhana, unique characteristic, special characteristic, is occasionally used in place of Pachata Lakkhana. In this case, the same distinction is made between unique characteristics and universal characteristics. There are other similar distinctions occurring in the scriptures. For example, ultimate truths are endowed with two attributes of an individual nature and universal attributes. Attributes of an individual nature are sometimes referred to as simply individual attributes. Direct knowledge is a unique kind of wisdom, the function of which is to understand the individual attributes of things. It may also be translated as penetrative knowledge. It is equivalent to abhinja. Note that this is not the same definition of abhinna used to denote the 5 or 6 kinds of supreme knowledge. And of course here I'm skipping some of these Pali terms and just using the English translation. By understanding clear with direct knowledge, one has reached an initial stage of thorough knowledge called knowledge of recognition. The understanding of universal attributes, on the other hand, is the function of wisdom called investigative knowledge. Note also that the term Samana Lakkhana, universal characteristics, is not fixed to the principles of impermanence, dukkha, and non-self. For example, it's sometimes stated in the scriptures that all formations, sankhara, possess the universal characteristics of existing according to causes and conditions.
These three terms, anicca, dukkha, and anatta, in this particular grammatical structure, do not appear anywhere in the Tipitaka as a group. Instead, they are used separately according to different circumstances. Although the term anicca is found fairly frequently in the Tipitaka, it is most often used while explaining the breakup of material things, Buddhadhamma, including in the context of physical death, Maranam. It is never used explicitly by the Buddha himself. It is used by Venerable Sariputta and by other disciples, and in explanations within the Abhidhamma. The term dukkha was used by the Buddha, but only in the context of three kinds of dukkha: dukkha, sankhara dukkha, and viparinama dukkha. The term anatta does not appear anywhere in the Tipitaka. Because the commentaries regularly mentioned and explain this collection of three factors, they come up with convenient abbreviations to refer to them individually by simply adding the term adi, beginning with to anicca. And I won't go into the Pali here. Only in the sub-commentaries were these three terms combined into a distinct group, although even here, this presentation is not common. D. Terms pertaining to specific conditionality. Idipacayata. The principle of the first law of nature, our specific conditionality, is acknowledged to be profound and extremely difficult to understand. From an initial and incomprehensible explanation, it appears that this principle was almost not mentioned at all in the traditional Thai text and literary works. Only in the last century was it included in formal Dhamma educational systems, and at the beginning of this period, the most popular term for this principle was paticca samuppada. As far as I can discern, the reason why in scholarly circles this principle was specifically referred to as paticca samuppada stems from Somdet, Phra, Mahasamana Chakrom, Phraya, Vajranavaro Rasa, establishing the system of Dhamma studies known as Naktham. I don't know how to pronounce Thai. He wrote an explanation of Paticca Samuppada in the book titled Dhamma Vibhanga Paricheda, Volume 2, which is assigned to second level Naktham students in Dhamma studies. Pariyati Dhamma. The term Paticca Samuppada appears frequently in the Tipitaka, the commentaries and sub-commentaries. It is thus apt that students of Buddhism are familiar with it. It is noteworthy, however, that Idipacayata, which is a key term in this context, it usually accompanies and precedes the term Paticca Samuppada, seems to have gone unnoticed. This seems to indicate that those students engaged in this recent system of Dhamma studies did not extend their research beyond the course books assigned to them. Only within the past 50 years did this latter term become more prominent. As far as I can gather, the reason for this resurgence stems from Venerable Buddhadasa Bhikkhu's determined teachings on this principle, along with his frequent emphasis on the term Idipacayata. There are two occasions when the Buddha mentioned this term, Idipacayata. First, soon after his awakening, he stated that ordinary people would find it extremely difficult to understand the truth that he had realized, and therefore it would cause him hardship to try and teach it to them. The second time he mentioned this term was in the frequent expositions of this first law of nature. Apart from these occasions, the term only appears in the two forms of Idipacaya and Idipacayata, Paticca Samuppanesu. The term Pachayakara, mode of conditionality, which is another synonym for Paticca Samuppada and is included in the second level Naktham textbooks, was coined later. It does not appear in the main body of the Suttanta Pitaka. It first appears in the Padana, which is a later addition to the collection of suttas. The term appears twice in the same section, in a heading and in the text, describing the biography of Venerable Kematheri, the chief bhikkhuni disciple of the Buddha, who sat at his right-hand side and was foremost in wisdom. Although the Vinaya Pitaka contains a lengthy biography of this
of the Buddha, beginning with the period after his awakening when he was experiencing the bliss of deliverance and contemplating the law of dependent origination, there is no mention in the entire Tipitaka of this term, Pachayakara. The Abhidhamma contains a lengthy section, the Vivanga, approximately 75 pages, devoted entirely to the subject of dependent origination, but nowhere in this text does the word Pachayakara appear, nor does the term Paticca-samuppada appear in this text. There are only references to phenomena being conditionally arisen, or specifically conditioned and conditionally arisen. The terms appear here only in headings which later compilers of this text created, and these headings differ according to various editions. The Thai Sayamratha edition contains the heading Pachayakara Vivango, while the Burmese Chathasangiti edition contains the heading Paticca-samuppada Vivango. In sum, the word most often used in the Tipitaka for this law of nature is Paticca-samuppada, occurring either on its own or in conjunction with Idapachayata. Most of these references occur in the Sutana Pitaka only. Seldom is this word used in the Vinaya Pitaka. In the Abhidhamma, it occurs explicitly only in the Katavatu. Apart from this, the Dhamma Sangani contains the word Pachi Samuppada Kusalata, and there's a single passage in the Dhatu Kata at the end of the tabulated summary, Matika, with an interesting sequence of qualities. And I'll spare the reading of this quoted line of Pali. Beginning with the commentaries, the term Paticca-samuppada and Pachayakara were used frequently. The term Idapachayata was also used, but less frequently. Another interesting observation is that stemming from the combined terms Dhamma-thitata and Dhamma-niyamata, which together constitute a name for this law of nature, there was derived another important term, Dhamma-thiti-jnana, which appears in the Buddha's words, knowledge of constancy first, knowledge of nibbana afterwards, or endowed first with knowledge of constancy, knowledge of nibbana ensues. The Buddha spoke these words to Venerable Susima, who had previously been a religious wanderer and had asked to be ordained in the Buddhist Dhamma and discipline. He maintained the misunderstanding that arhats must all be endowed with psychic powers. For instance, the divine ear and the divine eye. The Buddha spoke this passage to free him from this misunderstanding and to explain to him that those arhats who are liberated by way of wisdom realize full awakening by generating knowledge of constancy, followed by knowledge of nibbana, without requiring any sort of psychic powers. Knowledge of constancy, Dhamma-thiti-jnana, is equivalent to an insight into laws of nature, the clear understanding that all phenomena as part of the five aggregates are impermanent, dukkha, and non-self, and that they are mutually conditioned, giving rise to results within the origination cycle of dependent origination. Eventually, one discerns the end of causes and conditions within the origination cycle and realizes the cessation cycle accumulating in a realization of nibbana. Although, according to the Buddha's words above, the knowledge of constancy encompasses both the insight into the three characteristics and into dependent origination, culminating in the completion of the cessation cycle. Concise explanations, for example, in the description of the 77 kinds of knowledge, jnana, found in this very same volume, the Buddha mentions or emphasizes only dependent origination, the origination cycle. In later texts of the Tipitaka, the knowledge of constancy was more frequently mentioned, and its meaning or emphasis was associated specifically with dependent origination. The Buddhadhamma, for example, defines it as wisdom that comprehends conditioning factors. This knowledge was later referred to Pachayaparigaha. This knowledge was later referred to as Pachayaparigaha
jnana, Dhammaviti jnana, or Pajayapare jnana, or Pajayakara jnana is also frequently mentioned and explained in the commentaries and subcommentaries. For example, in these texts, it is equated with purity of transcending doubts. It is sometimes called knowledge according to reality, right vision, or insight knowledge. It is occasionally described as knowledge reaching the principle of insight into specific conditionality. The knowledge of Nibbana is equated with path knowledge. E. All-encompassing principles of truth. In the Buddha's own words, describing his awakening, he outlined two truths that he realized. This appears very clearly in his reflections several weeks after his awakening, when he states that he had realized Ida Pachayata, Paticca Samuppada, and Nibbana, truths that go against the stream and are difficult for ordinary people to understand. Consequently, he was disinclined to teach the Dhamma. In the Vinaya Pitaka, the Buddha describes the events after his awakening, after which time he experienced the bliss of liberation under the Bodhi tree, taught the first sermon, acquired the first disciples, performed various ordinations resulting in the creation of monastic community, Sangha, and finally established the monastic discipline. The Buddha's reflection cited above occurred, according to the commentarial account, after he had enjoyed the bliss of liberation for 7 weeks, and before he departed from the place of awakening in order to teach the Dhamma in the deer park at Isipatana near the city of Varanasi. Let's go back to the very beginning of this period. During the first night of experience the bliss of liberation, he gave 3 inspired utterances, one during each of the 3 watches of the night. Here he contemplates dependent origination both in its forward and reverse sequences. Note that in contrast to later teachings, here the Buddha does not clearly name the truths that he had realized, but it is not difficult to discern that he is using synonyms for dependent origination and Nibbana. Verse number 1, when truths manifest to a purified one, diligent and meditative, all doubts vanish away, since he knows the truth together with its cause. Number 2, when truths manifest to a purified one, diligent and meditative, all doubts vanish away, since he has realized the cessation of conditioning factors. Verse number 3, when truths manifest to a purified one, diligent and meditative, then he dispels Mara and his forces and remains like the sun illuminating the sky. The gist of the first verse is that the forward sequence of dependent origination, which is sometimes referred to in the commentaries of the origination cycle, this verse reveals the origin of suffering, the process of causes and conditions giving rise to suffering. In other words, it describes suffering along with its causes. The gist of the second verse is the reverse sequence of dependent origination, which is sometimes referred to in the commentaries as the cessation cycle. This verse reveals the cessation of suffering, the state free from suffering, the state in which no renewed suffering arises due to the exhaustion of all causes and conditions leading to suffering. This refers to the end of dependent origination, to Nibbana. The third verse describes the state of awakening, the state of one who has realized cessation, realized Nibbana, one whose wisdom is clear, spacious, and free. The commentaries explain that this verse described the splendor and majesty of the noble path. This collection of 3 inspired verses points to and explains the same truth expressed in the Buddha's later reflections cited above. They reveal how the practice for reaching the goal of Buddhism, for realizing the supreme truth of Nirvana, requires a comprehension of this first law of nature, Dhamma Niyama, i.e. the law of dependent origination. In this way, one realizes 2 levels of truth encompassing all things, namely, the truth of all conditioned phenomena and the supreme truth of the unconditioned. It is important to reiterate that a realization of the first law of nature is combined with and equivalent to an understanding of the remaining 3 laws of nature of impermanence, dukkha, and non-self. There are many passages in the Sutta Pitaka in which the Buddha recounts his going forth and his spiritual exertions up to the time of his awakening. A key passage in this context pertains to the time when he was awakened. When my mind was concentrated, I directed it to knowledge of the destruction of the taints. I directly knew as it actually is, this is suffering. This is the origin of suffering. This is the cessation of suffering. This is the way leading to the cessation of suffering. I directly knew as it actually is. These are the taints. This
is the origin of the taints. This is the cessation of the taints. This is the way leading to the cessation of the taints. When I knew and saw thus, my mind was liberated. E.G. M.I. 247-9. This passage indicates clearly that the Buddha realized the Four Noble Truths at the time of his awakening. This may seem to be at variance with the passages cited above, but when one analyzes these different passages carefully, one sees that they refer essentially to the same thing. Technically, the Four Noble Truths are comprised of two pairs of truths, dukkha and samudaya, and nirodha and magga. According to the Buddha's first sermon, the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta, which in the Vinaya Pitaka follows on from the Buddha's reflection cited earlier, samudaya origin refers to the three kinds of craving, tanha, and nirodha cessation refers to the renouncing, abandoning, and cessation of all such craving to complete liberation. At first glance, one may not yet see the connection here to the natural law of dependent origination. Craving, tanha, is a vital factor in the forward sequence of dependent origination, or the cycle of origination resulting in suffering. The first and second noble truths thus exist as a pair. The reverse sequence of dependent origination, the cycle of cessation, is the dissolution of all conditioning factors within the dynamic of suffering, the end of dependent origination. This corresponds to cessation, nirodha, the third noble truth. The fourth noble truth, the path, magga, is a formal method of spiritual practice established for people to give rise to the natural process of the reverse sequence. The path is thus included in the reverse sequence of dependent origination. This is a very brief summary of how these principles are interlinked. The commentaries provide another classification of laws of nature, which can be designated as subdivisions of natural laws. They use the term niyama to refer to these laws, consisting of 5 factors. Number 1, uta niyama, laws pertaining to the material world, in particular to those dynamics in the natural environment related to temperature. Number 2, bija niyama, laws pertaining to heredity. Number 3, chitta niyama, laws pertaining to the functions of the mind. Number 4, kama niyama, the law of kama. Number 5, dhamma niyama, the law of the interrelation between causes and conditions, in particular to those laws operating independently according to nature. For example, those things relying on conditions for their existence must naturally come to an end. Stream enters are naturally beyond spiritual regression, etc. Although this 5th factor of Dhamma Niyama is a key principle in the teachings, which was explained frequently by the Buddha and for which there are numerous examples, it is surprising that the commentators in this context do not explain it in the same way. In their explanations, they simply refer to the normal attributes of a bodhisattva. For example, when a bodhisattva is conceived, born, and awakened, it is normal for the 10,000 world systems to shake. When a bodhisattva enters his mother's womb, it is natural that she is endowed with virtue and free from any illness. In the Mahapadana Sutta, which lists 16 general rules for pertaining to the circumstances of a bodhisattva, the term Dhammata is used rather than Dhamma Niyama. Although these two terms are synonymous, their meanings are not identical. They simply overlap. End of chapter 4.12. Chapter 4.13, Appendix 3, Me and Mine. The attachment to a sense of me and mine is firmly embedded in the human mind. It has a deep impact on people's behavior, on their well-being, and on human relationships, and is connected to almost every social problem. This attachment to a sense of self provides a core focus for Dhamma practice. It must be attended to correctly, and many teachings address this issue. Many unique terms and expressions are used to designate this form of attachment. Following is a summary of such terms and expressions organized into groups. Group 1, this is mine, I am this is myself. Group 2, the belief in I, the belief in mine, the belief in I exist. Group 3, the belief in I, the belief in mine, and an underlying tendency of conceit. Group 4, the belief in mine, the belief in I, and the conceit I am. Group 5, the self, things associated with the self, and the belief I exist. Number 6, craving, conceit, and fixed views. Group 1, these are the most frequently found terms relating to an attachment of self. Most often, this group is found in teachings encouraging an analysis of human beings as consisting of 5 aggregates, or of other elements like the 6 senses or of the 6 forms of contact, or in teachings that promote an investigation of the 3 characteristics, leading to an understanding of things that prevents the attachment. This is mine, I am this is myself. Group 2, this group is an abbreviation of number 1 above. A belief in I, a belief in mine, and a belief such as I am this or I still exist. Group 3, this is another abbreviation of group 1. These terms are most often found in the phrase, there is an absence of or freedom from or eradication of I-making, mine-making, and an underlying tendency of conceit in regards to this body with its consciousness and all external signs. Group 4, the term Mayita is most often used to mean an attachment as mine or an object attached to as mine, and is thus equivalent to etamama. Occasionally, it is defined as both a belief in I and a belief in mine. Mamata or mamatayata has an identical meaning to mamayita, but tends to appear in verses paired with mamayita or in place of mamayita, or as a definition of mamayita. As mamana is defined as the conceit I am, a sense of I, or the thought I exist. In Pali, it is usually described as simply mana, but the Abhidhamma classifies it as one of 7 different kinds of mana. Asmimana is a refined form of conceit, which only arhats have abandoned. Non-returners have not yet done so. The Abhidhamma distinguishes asmimana from other coarser forms of conceit, like scorn and arrogance, which are abandoned by awakened beings of lower levels. Asmimana is usually mentioned as a quality that Dhamma practitioners should eradicate. Essentially, the term asmimana is identical to esohamasmi and can be called simply mana, or simply called mana, the most refined form of conceit. Group 5, the terms in this group do not refer to attachment, but rather to things that are attached to, or to the state of affairs arising due to attachment. If one makes a broad comparison with Group 1, atta is equivalent to eso mi atta and eso hamasami, while attanaya is equivalent to etam mama. Strictly speaking, however, the term atta is confined to the view of possessing or existing as a self, i.e. it pertains to views, ditti. It therefore refers only to esomiata, not esohamasmi. To encompass the entire meaning of the first group, one needs to add the term asmiti to this 5th group. It is possible to translate atta as I and attanaya as mine, but the meaning of the expression I is not very precise or constant and can shift to encompass either of the 2 beliefs in Group 1, esohamasmi and esomiata. Group 6, the 3 unwholesome qualities, craving, conceit, and view, are sometimes collectively referred to as papancha or Bhikkhu, encumbrances, mental proliferation, things leading to excess. These qualities give rise to myriad complicated perceptions, papancha, sanya, as described in Chapter 2. They are grouped together here following a commentarial explanation. One can compare and match these unwholesome qualities with the views and attachments contained in the preceding groups as shown on Table 4.1. And I'll just skip going through this Table 4.1, craving, conceit, and views. The English terms me and mine or I and mine do not entirely cover the meaning of these 3 groups. It is necessary to add another expression, I, mine, and this am I. In any case, translations for the second group, the mana group, are sometimes imprecise and unusual. One solution in the face of such flexible terminology is to use only the two terms I and mine, and then to define I so that it covers both ditthi and mana. When it refers to a belief in a fixed sense of a personal identity, then it is equivalent to ditthi. When it refers to personal status or to a personal identity used for comparison with others for personal evaluation, or as a source of pride, then it is equivalent to mana. The term mine is an accurate translation for the first group, the tanha group. Ditthi presents in the form of Sakaya Ditthi and Silabhata Paramasa, the first and third fetters, Samyojana, has been abandoned by stream enterers. Tanha in the form of Kamaraga, the fourth fetter, has been abandoned by non-returners. Tanha in the form Kamaraga, Rupa Raga, and Arupa Raga, the fourth, sixth, and seventh fetters, and mana have been abandoned by arhats. Following this interpretation, one can give the following summary. The fixed view of a sense of self is abandoned at stream entry, while the conceit I am and attachment to a sense of personal ownership are abandoned when realizing arhatship. 4.14 Appendix 4, Birth and Death in the Present Moment. The following sutta passage may provide insight to those who wish to research the cycle of birth and death, samsara vata, as it occurs in the present moment, as it occurs in this present lifetime. The festering forms of self-conceiving do not accumulate for a person established in four qualities: wisdom, truth, relinquishment, and peace. And when such defiled self-conceiving is not accumulated, he is called a sage at peace. So was it said, and in reference to what was it said? I am is a conceiving. I am not is a conceiving. I shall be is a conceiving. I shall not be is a conceiving. I shall be possessed of form is a conceiving. I shall be formless is a conceiving. I shall be percipient is a conceiving. I shall be non-percipient is a conceiving. I shall be neither percipient nor non-percipient is a conceiving. Bhikkhu, conceiving is a disease. Conceiving is an abscess. Conceiving is a dart. By overcoming all self-conceivings, one is called a sage at peace. And the sage at peace is not born, does not age, does not die. He is not anxious and does not crave, for there exists no cause by which he might be born. Not being born, how could he age? Not aging, how could he die? Not dying, how could he be anxious? Not being anxious, how could he crave? So it was with reference to this that it was said, the festering forms of self-conceiving do not accumulate for a person established in four qualities, and when such defiled self-conceiving is not accumulated, he is called a sage at peace. Bhikkhu, bear in mind this brief exposition of the six elements. And there's a whole long list of references here. I'll just give a couple. The first one, MIII 246. Chapter 4.15, Appendix 5, Abhidhamma Interpretation of Dependent Origination. The Abhidhamma describes many variations to the process of dependent origination according to the state of mind chitta, i.e., as wholesome, unwholesome, or indeterminate, and according to the level of mind, i.e., as dwelling in the sense sphere, the fine material sphere, or the immaterial sphere, or as transcendent. The factors of dependent origination may vary according to these states of mind and are not always identical to the factors mentioned in the suttas. For example, in some wholesome states of mind, the process commences with volitional formations without a mention of ignorance, or it may begin with a wholesome root cause as a substitute for ignorance. Of particular note, craving is only found in unwholesome mind states of mind. In other states, it is replaced by pasada, satisfaction, joy, confidence,
are left out entirely. Because the Abhidhamma examines the mind on a momentary basis, it therefore only analyzes the factors present in each specific moment. Factors such as ignorance or craving, which may be temporarily suppressed, are not identified by name. They are inferred by the presence of other clearly manifest factors, or else they are completely overlooked. The Abhidhamma describes the various factors of dependent origination, both in forward and in reverse. Ignorance conditions volitional formations, and volitional formations condition ignorance. Volitional formations condition consciousness, and consciousness conditions volitional formations, etc. Here I will only present the primary categories for consideration. A. 12 unwholesome states of mind. Akusala chitta. Avijja conditions sankara. Sankara conditions vijnana. Vijnana conditions nama, mentality. Nama conditions chathayatana, sixth sense base, i.e. the mind, not mano. Chathayatana conditions phasa. Phasa conditions vedana. Vedana conditions tanha, or conditions patika, annoyance, hostility, or conditions vikikicha, doubt, or conditions udhachaka, restlessness. Tanha conditions upadana, or tanha conditions adhimokkha, intention, inclination, or patika conditions adhimokkha, or udhacha conditions adhimokkha. Upadana conditions bhava, or adhimokkha conditions bhava, or vichikicha conditions bhava. Bhava conditions jati, jati's conditions jara marana, equals the arising of the entire mass of suffering. B. Wholesome states of mind. Of the sense sphere, the fine material sphere, and the immaterial sphere, avijja conditions sankara, or kusala mula conditions sankara, sankara conditions vijnana, vijnana conditions nama, nama conditions chathayatana, chathayatana conditions phasa, phasa conditions vedana, vedana conditions pasada, pasada conditions adhimokkha, adhimokkha conditions bhava, bhava conditions jati, jati conditions jara marana, equals the rising of the entire mass of suffering. C. Kama resultant states of mind and functional states of mind. Of the sense sphere, the fine material sphere, and the immaterial sphere. Kusala mula conditions sankara, sankara conditions vijnana, vijnana conditions nama, nama conditions chathayatana, chathayatana conditions phasa, phasa conditions vedana, vedana conditions bhava. Alternatively, vedana conditions adhimokkha, adhimokkha conditions bhava, or vedana conditions pasada, pasada conditions adhimokkha, adhimokkha conditions bhava, bhava conditions jati, jati conditions jara marana, equals the arising of the entire mass of suffering. The first line in this section is in parentheses to indicate that this sequence is not necessarily present. This section can begin with volitional formations as a condition for consciousness, or with unwholesome root causes acting as condition for volitional formation. If the latter is true, then this only occurs in the 7 unwholesome kama resultant mind states. And D. Transcendent mind states, wholesome and kama resultant. Wholesome states, avijja conditions sankara, or kusala mula conditions sankara. Kama resultant states, kusala mula conditions sankara, sankara conditions vijnana, vijnana conditions nama, nama conditions chathayatana, chathayatana conditions phasa, phasa conditions vedana, vedana conditions pasada, pasada conditions adhimokkha, adhimokkha conditions bhava, bhava conditions jati, jati conditions jara marana, equals the arising of all these qualities. Note, transcendent wholesome states, wholesome mind states, may originate with ignorance or unwholesome root causes, but transcendent kama resultant mind states originate with wholesome roots or simply with volitional formations. Note also the difference in the last line of this section. And that's the end of chapter 4.15. Chapter 4.16, Appendix 6, Nirodha Cessation. The term cessation has become the standard translation for Nirodha. When alternative translations for Nirodha are used, people may raise objections or they become confused, thinking that these alternatives are derived from other Pali words. In Buddhadhamma, I too have relied on the term cessation for the sake of convenience to avoid the misunderstanding that another Pali word is being referred to, and also because I have not found a suitable, concise replacement. But there are many occasions where the term cessation itself may lead to misunderstanding and is technically the incorrect translation. The word cessation in English generally means the destruction or end of something that has already arisen. Nirodha in dependent origination and in the Third Noble Truth, however, means that something does not arise because no causes for it because no causes exist for it to arise. For example, the term Avijja Nirodha Sankara Nirodho is translated as because ignorance ceases, volitional formations cease. In fact, this phrase means that because ignorance does not exist or does not arise, or there are no problems associated with ignorance, volitional formations do not exist, do not arise, and there are no problems associated with volitional formations. It does not necessarily mean that existing ignorance must be terminated in order to terminate existing volitional formations. There are occasions when Nirodha is accurately translated as cessation, for instance, when referring to the nature of conditioned phenomena and when acting as a synonym for bhavanga, breaking up, anicca, impermanence, kaya, destruction, kahaya, and vaya, decay. For example, bhikkhus, these three feelings are impermanent, conditioned, dependently arisen, subject to destruction, subject to dissolution, subject to vanishing, subject to cessation. Every factor of dependent origination has these attributes mentioned in this quotation. Having arisen, conditioned phenomena automatically must decline according to the nature of causes and conditions. One need not try to make them decline. They will decline of their own accord. The practical application of this teaching is to see that all that arises must cease. Although it describes a natural objective process, the teaching of Nirodha in the Third Noble Truth emphasizes practical application. There are two interpretations of Nirodha in this context. The first derives it from a prefix ni, non-existence without, plus rodha equals charaka equals prison, confinement, restriction, obstruction, impediment, translated as free from limitation, free from restriction, free from confinement, i.e., free from samsara. The second interpretation equates Nirodha with anupada, non-arising. In this context, Nirodha does not mean cessation or dissolution, bhavanga. Although the translation of Nirodha as cessation is not always accurate, I have so far been unable to find a concise term to use instead, and therefore use the customary translation. It is important, however, to understand the meaning of this word in different contexts. For this reason, these alternative translations for the cessation cycle of dependent origination are valid. With an absence of ignorance, there is an absence of volitional formations. With freedom from ignorance, there is a freedom from volitional formations. When ignorance no longer bears fruit, volitional formations cease to bear fruit. When no problems exist as a consequence of ignorance, no problems exist as a consequence of volitional formations. There are further complications regarding translation of terms in the origination cycle of dependent origination. The Pali term covers a wider range of meaning than can be captured by single English counterparts.
by single English counterparts. For example, the teaching avijja pachaya sankara ... jati pachaya jara maranam in Pali can also mean because ignorance exists in this way, volitional formations exist in this way. Because volitional formations exist in this way, consciousness exists in this way, ... Because becoming exists in this way, birth exists in this way. Because there is birth, there is aging and death. And that's the end of chapter 4.16. Chapter 4.17, Appendix 7, concise definitions for the factors of dependent origination. Because the definitions in this chapter for the factors of dependent origination are rather long and drawn out, here are some short and simple definitions. Number 1, avijja, ignorance, not knowing the truth, not applying wisdom. Number 2, sankara, thoughts, intentions, mental disposition, habits. Number 3, vijnana, awareness of the external world and of the content of the mind, state of mind. Number 4, namarupa, the constituents of life, both physical and mental. 5, salayatana, the channels for cognition, i.e. the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. 6, phassa, cognition, interaction with the external world, contact with sense objects. 7, vedana, pleasurable, painful, or neutral feelings. 8, tanha, the desire for gain, for existence, for external life, for escape, for disappearance, or for annihilation. Number 9, upadana, attachment, mental preoccupation, latent desire, ambition, cherished values, identification. Number 10, bhava, current state of existence, personality, the entire range of human behavior. 11, jati, the birth of a self that embodies the state of existence and interacts with the world. This self claims ownership and control of proceedings. 12, jara marana, the encounter with decline, instability, loss, and passing away in regards to the self's occupation of this state of existence. Soka, parideva, dukkha, domanassa, upayasa, various forms of suffering, e.g. grief, sadness, lamentation, mourning, distress, self-pity, hopelessness, and despair, all of which resemble toxins festering in the mind and, when outwardly expressed, generate more problems. And that's the end of chapter 4.17. Chapter 4.18, Appendix 8, Bhavatanha and Vibhavatanha. Translation of the three kinds of craving, Kamatanha, Bhavatanha, and Vibhavatanha, especially the second and third kinds, may cause problems due to insufficient understanding of these terms and conflicting opinions. The following points may help clarify this matter. Although there are suttas in which the three kinds of craving are clearly mentioned, for example, in the Dhamma Chaka Pavatana Sutta, the Sanghiti Sutta, and the Suttara Sutta, nowhere in the suttas are the definitions for these three clearly outlined or directly addressed. We therefore must depend on the explanations found in the Abhidhamma and the commentaries. However, because people sometimes gather sketchy or incomplete information, or they are unable to clearly interpret such information, there have arisen divergent and conflicting views on this subject. Despite the fact that there are no explicit definitions in the suttas for these three kinds of craving, there are some teachings by the Buddha and some related passages that cast light on the meanings of these terms. Here I'll present evidence from the suttas, the Abhidhamma, and the commentaries for contemplation. The Buddha mentions the three kinds of craving in the Tanha Sutta of the Itivuttaka. Although he does not present explicit definitions, he utters a verse that can be used to further understand their meanings. A literal translation of the sutta, free from commentarial interpretation, appears as follows. Bhikkhus, there are these three cravings. What three? The craving for sense pleasures, the craving for existence, and the craving for non-existence.
Bound with the bondage of craving, people's minds delight in becoming and non-becoming. Bound by the fetters of Mara with no safety from bondage, those beings go through the cycle of rebirth, headed for birth and death. But those in the world who have destroyed craving, free from the craving for becoming and non-becoming, reaching the end of the taints, have gone to the other shore. IT 50. Another sutta in the Ita Vitaka describes the two views, bhavaditti and vibhavaditti, and by doing so, it indirectly describes bhavatanha and vibhavatanha as well. Bhikkhus, both devas and humans are possessed by two views. Some are bogged down, some overreach, while those with vision see. And how, monks? Are some bogged down? Devas and humans delight in becoming, rejoice in becoming, take pleasure in becoming. When the Tathagata teaches the Dhamma for the cessation of becoming, the hearts of those devas and humans do not leap forward, do not gain confidence, do not become settled, do not yield. Thus are some bogged down. And how, monks? Do some overreach? Some devas and humans are afflicted, depressed, and disgusted by becoming. They delight in non-becoming, saying, "My good sir, with the breaking up of the body at death, this self is annihilated, destroyed, and no longer exists. This state is supreme, excellent, and true." Thus do some overreach. And how, monks? Do those with vision see? In this case, a monk sees the state of being as the state of being. When he sees the state of being as the state of being, he practices for disenchantment, dispassion, and cessation in regards to the state of being. Thus do those with vision see. Whoever sees being as being and sees the state beyond being surrenders to the truth through the exhaustion of lust for existence. With full understanding of the state of being, one is free from craving, from both existence and extinction. With the end of becoming in the state of existence, a monk comes not to further birth. Ditti Sutta, IT 43 through 4. There are two noteworthy points concerning the sutta. Number one, the Buddha mentions craving and views in tandem because they are related and interdependent. One type of person delights in becoming, yearns for existence, and holds the firm conviction that this state of existence is desirable and is a place of stability for the self. Another type of person loathes existence, delights in non-existence, desires extinction, and firmly believes that the self will expire. Number two, the sutta differentiates between vibhava, the absence of existence, non-existence, extinction, which is a belief connected to wrong view, and bhava nirodha, the end of becoming, which is the goal of Buddhadhamma. Vibhava is the opposite of bhava. These are the two extremes explained in the sutta. Some people get stuck at the extreme of becoming, others at the extreme of extinction. The Buddha taught the escape from these two extremes. His teachings emphasize bhava nirodha, which does not fall into either extreme, but rather rests in the middle. If one understands this concept, then one understands the middle teaching in the middle way. Craving and views are distinct qualities, and yet they are very similar. They are often paired, and they are interdependent. When one views something in a positive light, one wants to acquire that thing. When one wants to get something, one sees it as something worthy of getting. And due to a lack of understanding of the object, one creates various opinions about it. In the definitions of craving below, ditti is used to clarify the meaning of tanha. A particular kind of craving is directly related to a particular kind of view. This explanation notwithstanding, craving and views should be recognized as two distinct qualities. There's a passage in the Puraheda Sutta of the Sutta Nipata, along with related explanations in the Mahanidisa and the commentaries that clarifies the meaning of the terms bhavatanha and vibhavatanha. One who understands the truth, who is independent, free from craving and views, who does not rely on anything, whose mind is emancipated, has no craving for existence or non-existence,
Such a person I call one who is calmed. SN 167 through 8. The important clause in this passage is bhavaya vibhavaya va tanha, which can be divided into bhavaya tanha, craving for existence, and vibhavaya tanha, craving for non-existence. These two terms are expressions on the terms bhavatanha and vibhavatanha. The Mahadisana interprets this passage of the Sutta Nipata by defining tanha as the craving for sights, smells, sounds, tastes, tactile objects, and mental objects, and it interprets bhavaya and vibhavaya in several ways. Number one, bhavaya is equivalent to bhavaditti, and vibhavaya is equivalent to vibhavaditti. Number two, bhavaya equals satta ditti, and vibhavaya equals ucheda ditti. This interpretation is essentially the same as the preceding one. Number three, bhavaya is defined as craving for repeated existence, for repeated spheres of existence, gati, for repeated arising, for repeated rebirth, for repeated birth of an individuality. In this third interpretation, vibhavaya is not mentioned, but based on the three definitions of bhavaya, one may define vibhavaya as the craving for non-existence or for extinction. The Abhidhamma offers several definitions for tanha. In some places, only bhava tanha is explained, in which case it is paired with avijja. Of these two qualities, what is bhava tanha? Pleasure in existence, delight in existence, enjoyment in existence, desire for existence, love for existence, craving for existence, infatuation with existence, obsession with existence. This is called bhavatanha. DHS 227, VBH 358. Another passage explains the three kinds of craving thus. Of these three kinds of craving, what is craving for existence? Bhavatanha. Desire, infatuation, delight, satisfaction, enjoyment, fascination, and mental preoccupation accompanied by views of existence, bhavaditti. This is called craving for existence. And what is craving for non-existence, vibhavatanha? Desire, infatuation, delight, satisfaction, enjoyment, fascination, and mental preoccupation accompanied by views of annihilation, ucheda ditti. This is called craving for non-existence. Craving apart from this is called sense craving, kamatanha. Alternatively, of these three cravings, what is sense craving? Desire, infatuation, mental preoccupation accompanied by the elements of sensuality, kama, dhatu. This is called sense craving, desire, infatuation, mental preoccupation, accompanied by fine material and immaterial elements. This is called craving for existence. Desire, infatuation, mental preoccupation, accompanied by views of annihilation. This is called craving for non-existence, VBH 365. The commentary to the first sutta from the Iti Vuttaka mentioned above explains bhava meva as the mind entangled in minor and major states of existence, and offers another definition for bhava as an eternalist view and a bhava as annihilationist view. The mind is entangled in existence and non-existence, in an eternalist viewpoint and an annihilationist viewpoint, and thus bhava and vibhava here refer to bhavatanha and vibhavatanha. The commentary to the second sutta from the Iti Vuttaka mentioned above explains bhava meva as minor and major states of existence, or an adherence, for example, to an annihilationist view. Another section in the same commentary explains bhava thus. Bhava equals samapatti, prosperity, growth, and a bhava equals vipatti, decrease, decline. The explanation of the Puraheda Sutta, see above, found in the commentaries of the Sutta Nipata and of the Mahadisana offer this interpretation. Bhavaya vibhavaya vati sa sataya uche dayava. This interpretation can be translated as craving for existence or non-existence, that is, for permanence or for extinction. Some translators add the passage for an internalist view or for an annihilationist view here to correspond with other text. The commentary of the Buddhadhamma gives two clear explanations of the three kinds of craving, including a complete reference to the definitions presented in the Abhidhamma. The first explanation defines bhavatanha, which is paired with avijja, as the desire for states of existence, for example, the sense realm. It refers to the passages in the Dhamma Sangani and the Vivanga cited earlier, and explains the three kinds of craving by referring to another passage in the Vivanga as cited earlier. Finally, it states, the commentaries state, lust associated with the 5 strands of sensuality is called kamatanha. Lust for the fine material and immaterial spheres, attachment to jhana, lust connected to an eternalist view, and the desire generated by the power of becoming is called bhavatanha, and the lust connected to an annihilationist view is called vivavatanha. The commentary to the Sangiti Sutta contains the same explanation. The second explanation describes the three kinds of craving thus. Kamatanha is lust for sensuality. Kamitanha. The term kamatanha here refers to lust, raga, associated with the 5 strands of sensuality. Bhavatanha is lust for existence, bhavetanha. The term bhavatanha refers to lust connected to an eternalist view, which is generated by the force of desire for existence. It refers to lust for fine material and immaterial states of existence, and to attachment to jhana. Vibhavatanha is lust for non-existence. Vibhavatanha. The term vibhavatanha refers to lust connected to an annihilationist view. This explanation, and that's from PSAI 158. This explanation is also found in the commentary to the Vivanga. The Visuddhimagga usually explains important subjects in keeping with the other commentaries, but on the subject of the 3 kinds of craving, it says very little. It explains these 3 cravings only in the section on the 108 kinds of craving, which offers a different perspective. Each of these 6 kinds of cravings for sight, sound, smells, taste, tactile objects, and mind objects is reckoned threefold according to its manner of occurrence as sense craving, craving for becoming, or craving for non-becoming. Indeed, when the craving for visual forms enjoys in the matter of sense desire enjoyment, a visual object that has come into the focus of the eye is called sense craving. When the craving for visual forms is accompanied by the view that the visual object is lasting and constant, it is called craving for becoming, because the lust associated with an eternalist view is called craving for becoming. But when the craving for visual forms is accompanied by the annihilationist view that this visual object breaks up and is destroyed, it is called craving for non-becoming, because the lust associated with an annihilationist view is called craving for non-becoming. And that's VISM 568 through 8, same as VBHA 179. The explanation in the Sadhammapakasini, the commentary to the Buddhadhamma, integrates the definitions for the 3 kinds of craving in a clear and satisfactory way by incorporating the definitions from various texts, both in the Pali Canon and the commentaries. Here's a simple presentation of these definitions. Number 1, kamatanha, craving for sensuality, lust associated with the 5 strands of sensuality. 2, bhavatanha, craving for existence, lust for the fine material and immaterial spheres of existence, attachment to jhana, desire associated with an eternalist view, which is expressed in the desire for existence. And 3, vibhavatanha, craving for non-existence, desire associated with an annihilationist view, which is expressed in the desire for an absence of existence or for extinction. Note that vibhava, the absence of existence, the end of existence, extinction, is different from bhava nirodha, the cessation of existence, the non-arising of further becoming, which is a desirable state. If this is still unclear, review the Ditti Sutta referred to above. End of chapter 4.18. Chapter 4.19, Appendix 9, Detailed description of consciousness. A detailed doctrinal description of consciousness. The 32 mundane kinds of consciousness, the 5 kinds of consciousness of wholesome fruition, kusala vipaka, the 5 kinds of consciousness of unwholesome fruition, akusala vipaka, and the 22 kinds of mind consciousness. Alternatively, the 13 kinds of consciousness, the 5 kinds of consciousness of wholesome fruition, the 5 kinds of consciousness of unwholesome fruition, the 2 mind elements, manu dhatu, and the mind consciousness element unaccompanied by a root cause and accompanied by joy, arising in the course of an individual existence, plus the remaining 19 kinds of consciousness arising in both the course of an individual existence and at the moment of conception. And then chapter 4.20, appendix 10, metaphysical dilemmas. There are many reasons why the Buddha refused to answer these metaphysical questions. Formerly, they were referred to as knowledge concerning the self. Most importantly, these questions originate from a wrong view. For example, from the belief in a self, and they therefore do not correspond with the truth. As the Buddha mentioned above, they are invalid questions. Secondly, the answers to these questions are not accessible through reasoning. Such an attempt is made in vain, like trying to get people to visualize an image with their ears. Since these questions cannot be answered by logic, intellectual debate about them does not generate any practical value. The Buddha emphasized those things that have practical relevance to our everyday lives, and therefore he dismissed these metaphysical speculations. He encouraged the questioner to turn to practical issues and to not waste time. For questions that can truly be answered, the Buddha urged people to apply practical means to reach the truth rather than to get lost in debate and blind speculation. The Buddha lived at a time when there was an intense interest in these questions and when leaders of many religious sects were engaged in such debate. It is fair to say that these were signature questions and ideas of people at that time. People, however, were so preoccupied by these questions that they became alienated from the truths of their own existence. There being no benefit to engaging with these people at this level of debate, the Buddha's strategy was to remain silent, thus not fueling the debates and instead spurring people to turn to those things he was teaching. See chapter 19 of Buddhadhamma on the Four Noble Truths. Thus the end of chapter 4.20 and the end of chapter 4 entirely.